CoCoTALK would like to thank our patrons, the real sponsors of our show. So a heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunk, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you very much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. It's time to drop your socks and grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello.
Rob, that means you.
Hello.
I can't. We weren't sharing system sounds. I didn't hear your voiceover, but thank you.
Yeah.
Well, yep, intro's done. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Can
It
anyone
worked last
attest
night,
that?
though, didn't it?
It sure did. Dress rehearsal was a charm.
Yeah, you're gonna tell a big difference in this show. It's gonna be really, really polished.
Really, really, really professional. Well, let me
Yes.
just quickly go through the luminaries and the stars, the celebrity stars on our Hollywood Squares panel. And you might already see that we do indeed have a special guest with us. I'm very excited. You can see he's standing right behind me. But going around the panel, we have our producer of today's show, Mr. Mark B.
Hi, how you doing, everybody?
Hey, Mark.
The man who implemented the high score contest that is taking the CoCo world by storm. He's calm, he's cool, he's Canadian. He's Nick Marotta.
By storm, yes. We had a pretty decent turnout this week. I was a little worried there, but it ended up being all right. So we'll have more of that in the upcoming segment. But thank you.
Great.
Little teaser. Little keep them entertained, you know.
Next on our regular panel, John Laurie. He works for Apple, but don't hold that against him. We're happy to have him here. How are you, John?
Doing well, Rob. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. John Strong from Strongware, a maker of software and hardware. Sounds a little familiar. Sounds a little like our special guest too. John Strong, how are you doing? Well, and are you excited to be here?
Oh, I've been recovering from a sinus infection, but I've been doing some CoCo stuff in the time. So yeah, good to see Chris Hawks. Always is. Known him for a long time.
Great. Well, we're definitely going to leverage that knowledge, and as we get to know Chris and his history here. But let's check in with Brian, the Music Man, Shoebring, who sometimes has a frog in his throat. How you doing, Brian? How you feeling?
Oh, whoa, I'm doing pretty good. No frog tonight. I'm going to be playing it straight, more or less. So just doing great. Just got my MIDI pack back from Jim Brain.
Yes.
And he sent me along one of the new ones for me to test to make sure that everything was working good. And I can surely say right now, it works even better than the CoCo Pro one does.
Well, that's definitely something new for Retro Innovations. It actually works, and you can buy it.
Just don't let him say that. Hear that? No. He did an excellent job with it. It doesn't quite slow down quite as much as the other pack did. I think it's because of the clock circuit. This is using a clock module. The old ones and the ones that the club did, they did a regular discrete component circuitry for the clock source. So more rock solid. So,
okay.
Anyway, back to you.
And
well, I'm looking forward to buying it, and we're definitely going to talk more about the MIDI pack actually in the news segment. So hold that thought, because we've got more MIDI talk later in the show. But I did want to go to the rest of the panel. You know him, you love him. He has a garage. There's lots of stuff in it. His name's Ron Delvaux. Ron.
Hello, here at the world famous Delvaux Observatory here in Fountain Hills, Arizona. Welcome, where we do deep sky research here with my various telescopes. And I have a collection of some Tandy 1000s, 2000 CoCos. Ready to...
I believe you have an OS9 application that can show us the stars.
Absolutely. In fact, it's on the latest edition of Nitrous 9.
Well, good. We're going to be talking about a little bit of Nitrous 9 here in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But next, we have a man who's usually extremely excited, and we'll have to see how excited he is today. He's known as the Lord of the Floppies because of his obsession with floppy drives and physical storage hardware. The next big thing. His name is David Ladd.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Otherwise, I'm doing fine. I'm above ground, so that's good.
That is really good to hear.
So
where's the real David Ladd?
Yeah.
He's not here at the moment.
He's a mellow. It's mellow David today. But someone who is not mellow and often screams, "Oh crikey!" You know him from down under. He's the maker of various games that end in the word star. It's Nick Morentes.
Hey everyone. Ready for another train wreck?
Absolutely. We are ready.
Speaking of train wrecks.
Yes, exactly. Speaking of train wrecks and streaming, a man who once accidentally left his mic on, and we all heard what the result of that was. Mr. Grant Leedy. How are you, Grant?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm doing great. Enjoying my birthday today.
Happy birthday, Grant.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. And then Dave and Sharon, and Dave has some hardware projects to show us. Dave, you out there and you doing okay?
Yeah, all good here. Happy to be on the show.
Okay, great. And last but not least is the man who lives right near a train station, and you often hear the train going by. Hopefully there's no train wrecks near him, because that would be really anxiety inducing. How are you, James Diffendapper?
I am also recovering from a sinus infection, so I'm probably not going to say much, but it's good to be here.
Just everyone wash your hands and don't touch your face. That's what I'm hearing.
We're all recovering on this channel.
All right. Well, great. I did want to just go quickly who is on the panel so that our special guest kind of knows who's around here and might be asking questions. But without further ado, Chris Hawks from Hawksoft, legendary in the color computer community, and just wanted to appreciate you joining us and welcome you to the show.
Thanks. Nice to be here. Nice to be anywhere, like somebody said earlier.
Great beard, man.
Right. That's right.
Thanks. It's a long time coming.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, I know I'm pinching myself a little bit because I know Hawksoft from the ads in the rainbow, and I've walked by your CoCoFEST table, but there's so much more that I need to learn and want to learn about your history with the color computer and all the different products you've released. But I think if you're game, why don't we start at the very beginning? And I'm wondering just how you learned about the color computer existence and how you got your first color computer, and what's the story there? How did you come into the color computer world, just even knowing about it?
Well, that was a long time ago. It was actually October 1980. I bought my first CoCo, a whole 16K extended color basic CoCo. It was just after they came out. I'd been looking and looking, and had a friend at the local railroad club who worked in his profession with 6809 computers. And he definitely told me this would be the one. Oh, here's the features. These are the kind of things you can do. Although Radio Shack really didn't push that kind of stuff. It was a game computer as far as they were concerned. So I got one and I learned BASIC. That's the first computer language everybody learns, of course. And of course, the second language is nasty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You learn how to curse really good when you start programming.
In which
So
language? Assembly? Sorry.
No, not assembly. Any guesses? I would figure everybody would know the second language every programmer uses. Profanity.
I'm following
That's
you.
always the second language.
I'm very fluent.
Yes, I'm sure we all are. I started getting into assembly then with a lot of help from the fella I knew who worked exclusively at work with 6809s and stuff, and got into OS 9 from there and learned all kinds of stuff, met all kinds of nice people.
Who was the person from work with the 6809? I'm curious.
Geez, I can't even remember his name anymore. It's been 40 years. So
oh, that's all right.
You'll have to forgive me.
Do you still have your
problem.
first
Thanks.
machine?
Yes, I still have my first CoCo, although it has a DHL, was it? Keyboard. And was upgraded to 64K after some amount of time. But yeah, it's still here, and I power it up a couple of times a year to hopefully keep it running. But actually, here in the computer room, I have a CoCo 3.
Do you have some patina on there?
Oh, just a little, yeah. It's been
So
around, and the paint is quite worn.
Yep. And so you pretty much were able to jump into programming in BASIC right after getting the color computer. Did you know BASIC before, or did you have to learn that?
No, I had to learn it. That's how I learned it, from the examples and stuff like that. I never did learn how to type, so that was a big issue, although I'm pretty good for hunt and peck. So I actually had my now ex-mother-in-law, who was a secretary, type the programs in, and then I'd go through and correct them and make them work, and then go through and change them and figure out what the changes were doing, and that's kind of how I learned to program. Like most of you know, there weren't classes. There was data processing classes back then, but that was nowhere near actual programming. So a lot of us had to kind of learn on our own in our spare time, and that's what I did.
And when did you get into other, besides the profanity, when did you move to your third language? What was that? Did you start BASIC 09 or assembly or C shortly thereafter, or
I
was that
started
later?
in assembly. I started in assembly. I learned a lot about that. I had a cat that was kind of fluent in assembly, so she helped me a whole lot. She actually found a couple of problems. I used to print the programs out when they didn't run because I had a color pen printer. I forget what they called it. It was a little skinny printer that Radio Shack sold that had 4 color pens in it. But I print the stuff out and lay it on the floor and go through and say, okay, it's doing this, it's doing that, it's doing this, and Splash, that's the cat's name, would come over and jump on it. And she invariably jumped on where the problem was. I was using the wrong addressing mode or something. And she found a lot of problems for me that way.
That's pretty handy. What was your first, do you remember your first program that you wrote, whether it was in BASIC or another language?
I wrote a lot of stuff in BASIC. Some of the stuff I sold was in BASIC. There were several programs that ran in BASIC like a text adventure, but would load screens from disk. That was, of course, after I got my $700 disk drive from Radio Shack.
Yeah.
Way back then. But that was, I think, the first commercial program was the Mystic Mansion. You had to wander through the mansion and find different things and have certain things happen to you in the right order to be able to solve it. But you'd get a screen on the bottom half where I drew the characters for the text adventure, and then the top half would be a picture loaded off the disk of the room you were currently in or the direction you were facing, that kind of thing.
And so Mystic Mansion was the first commercial program?
Yeah, as far as I remember. I was going to check and didn't have a chance to look up all this stuff because I have original copies of all this stuff that was on the market.
Just out of curiosity, Chris.
Curtis is here.
Yeah, just sorry I showed up late here. When you that first program, Mystic Mansion, did you sell that through Hawksoft, or were you selling it through a different third party at that point?
I was selling stuff through a different company, Skyline Software. They were in Wheaton, I think, close to Chicago, and I was close to Chicago, so.
So did
I
you
was
go to
approached
quite a
by the owner, and he wondered if he could sell some of my stuff that I had been selling kind of on the bulletin boards, because that's all we had back then.
Did you go to a lot of Rainbow Fests?
I went to every Rainbow Fest.
Wow.
In fact, when Lonnie started, he contacted the Northern Illinois Color Computer Club, and the officers and some of the folks, including me, helped out with getting things arranged on, excuse me, on the Chicago end for the Rainbow Fest.
That's cool. So that was you guys set up the original ones at the Hyatt Regency then, right?
Yes. Yes, it was a huge deal. I was amazed at how many people were interested in the color computer, besides the few of us in the Northern Illinois Color Computer Club.
Were you into any other computer at the time, or pretty much always Radio Shack stuff?
Pretty much always with the Tandy Color Computer. I knew about the 1 and I think the 3 when it came out, and I knew guys with those computers, but I was never that interested because I found a lot of capacity, if you will, in the color computer, things I could do that they couldn't do.
And what year was that that your first commercial game was published? And what talking 85? I'm just trying to understand where in the timeline of the color computer it would have been. So it was a CoCo 2 era, right?
No, it was a CoCo 1 era.
Yeah, CoCo.
Oh, it was really early. Okay.
It was 82, 83, something like that. Like I said, I was going to look it up, but I never had a chance to find the box with all that stuff in it.
That's when the rainbows
just moved 6 months ago, so a
That's
lot
when
of
the
stuff is still packed.
That's when the rainbows were thick.
Yeah.
That's right. So how long did it take you to get to the point where you created your own company and was I assume that was after OS 9 level 2 and the CoCo 3. Did Hawksoft came later as when did Hawksoft begin?
Well, it must have started in the very early 80s. As I mentioned earlier about being on the BBSs and stuff, that was a big moment when I was able to actually buy a modem and get online on the BBSs. And back then, $300, you could actually read the characters as they printed on your screen.
That's right.
But there was some discussion at one point, somewhere along the line in the first couple of years, of course, where somebody said, oh, well, I wonder what Chris Hawks is working on at the moment. He's had a couple of simple games and stuff that I distributed that way. And my reply was something about, we here at Hawksoft are working on whatever it was. And from then on, that became the name of the company. It's actually registered in the state of Illinois. But I'm not there anymore, so I don't know how that affects me.
Where are you now?
Tennessee.
Oh, gee.
Northwest Tennessee.
Not near the bad weather.
Well, that was about an hour east of us. Yeah, we had the tornado warnings. Somewhere around 5 o'clock, the weather radio went off, and they said, "Oh, we got tornado warnings for all these counties." I said, "Okay, that's the county west of us, and 2 counties to the east of us." So we kept an ear on it and didn't hear any more until they canceled the warning at about 1 o'clock in the morning or something. And we never heard or saw anything. It got a little tiny bit windy, and we heard thunder and saw lightning way south of us, but that was as much as we got. And the next morning we found, the tornadoes were all way east, about an hour east of us, around Nashville.
They're pretty nasty.
Yes.
You mentioned that you were, sorry. You mentioned that you were on the BBSs quite a bit in the early days. I'm assuming that you were like on some of Bob Rosen's and stuff when he started up some of the CoCo BBSs way back in the early 80s too. Did you also use some of the big timeshares like CompuServe and Delphi and Genie and all that stuff?
Yeah, it was on CompuServe for a while, but since it was long distance and access time, I wasn't on a whole lot.
Yeah, it was quite expensive.
Yeah.
You don't remember your number, do you?
No.
Some of us do.
Yeah, I do.
That's one of the few numbers I don't remember.
So you have a number of products, and a lot of them are hardware. You've got some high-res joystick interface, and you have a system that can read PC CD-ROMs, an RGB to S video converter. You've got the Raspberry Pi, which is mainly a software project, but then there's Logical as well. How did you get into hardware? And that's a whole different.
Logical. I just did some consulting for the actual author.
You did some consulting, yeah. How did you get skilled in hardware? Because that's a totally different area for most people. Is that something you were doing before the CoCo, or how did you learn how to create hardware projects? And did you go to school for that, or anything that you recall?
No, just a lot of studying and a lot of reading. I spent a lot of time in the library because that's what you had to do back then. You couldn't go online and find stuff. So, but I'd always been interested in electronics and stuff like that, and I'd done some stuff. Nothing very fancy before that. Decided, let me find out some more about this, and I needed an easy way to connect and disconnect my high-res joystick. So that's when the high-res joystick was born. that you could switch on and off, and then found circuitry for emulating the colorware, was it? The other one?
The
When I
CoCo
found out
Max.
what the circuitry was for that and said, oh, I could add that as well. So, and it became the dual high-res adapter, and you could switch it off as well. So you didn't have to plug it on, plug and plug it on, plug every time you wanted to change. But most of that stuff is so antique now that I haven't made any in years.
So, Chris, well, let's try something because some of your videos your video and audio is totally understandable, but there's some bandwidth issues that might be affecting it. Can you try to just turn off your video and we'll see if that improves the audio? Why don't you try that? And Nick, Mark B, why don't we go to a commercial and just see if that audio just clears up a little bit? And we'll let's run a commercial, and we'll see if turning off the video, if Chris turns off the video, he might have better bandwidth quality on the audio. So that's
Okay.
Does that make
do
sense,
the one
Chris?
on the list, or just go to CB1?
Yep, just any commercial.
Sure, give it a try.
We'll return after these announcements.
What's going on, everybody? The original gamer Stevie Stroh here, and I want to talk to you about I'mACoconut.com. If you love the color computer like I love the color computer, then you got to visit I'mACoconut.com, your one-stop shop for all of your Tandy color computer links needs. There you'll find links to blogs and podcasts and project sites and emulators and downloads and groups and communities. If you love the color computer, head on over to I'mACoconut.com. That's IMACoconut.com. Tell them the original gamer Stevie Stroh sent you. CoCo forever, people.
Hey there, it's Andrew here with the Tandy speech and sound cartridge that I won from CoCoTALK Live. So next time, make sure to tune in. It may change your life.
CoCo2's got personality, lots of practicality, fun, it's sensational, learn it's educational. CoCo2's expandable, so easily commandable. It's programmable, so term exam grammable. Just you and CoCo2 do what you want to do.
CoCo2, the color computer with personality from Radio Shack. Sale price for Christmas giving from $149.95.
Radio Shack's CoCo2, do what you want to do. Just you and CoCo2.
A Boomerang memory board. BoysOnTech.com production.
They came for us in broad daylight. Hungry. Wanting. More memory, they said. More power. Proper design at an affordable price. We took shelter. They were unstoppable. They're coming back for more.
In 2019, what goes around comes around. Boomerang 512 Classic, $15, 2 megabytes for $49. Available now. Boomerang Mania is real.
Hi, this is Antonio Jimenez, author of such projects such as the Stevie Throw Devil and the SD Pack, and you are watching CoCoTALK. 3, 2, go.
And we're back.
Okay, and we're back. And Chris, test. Can you give us a little test on your audio?
Sure. Does this sound any better? You guys have been garbled ever since about 5 minutes after I connected.
Oh, really?
And
Oh, we're
still
garbled to you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if we should just do a reconnect then, like a hang up and reconnect, and maybe see if that straightens it out.
Yeah, let's.
I didn't realize you were getting it on your end too, Chris.
At least we both experiencing the same thing, but sorry about that.
Or you want
So
me to
Chris,
try reconnecting again?
yeah, if you could try just hanging up and reconnecting, and I'm actually going to quiz Curtis a little bit on, and we'll stall for time till you get back. So.
Okay, give me a minute. I'll unplug and replug the camera and headphones as well while I'm disconnected.
Okay,
Okay,
appreciate
yeah, that's
that.
cool because some Logitech ones have a problem where after you run them for a certain amount of time, it gets warbly like this and then stays that way until you unplug it. So,
Or chipmunky.
Oh, well, I use it all the time when I'm connected via Blue Jean for the Color Computer Club meetings, but
oh,
who
good.
knows? Sometimes I get bad connection too, just when I'm just connected. So
Okay.
okay,
All right.
well, we'll give it a shot anyway. We'll see you in a tiny little
okay,
bit.
I'll be back.
Okay, and Curtis, thanks for popping in. I know you got a lot going on. What's your memories of Hawksoft? I know you went to some of the Rainbow Fests. Did you see Chris at those fests? And
Yep, yeah, I did. The first Rainbow Fest I went to in Chicago was '86, so that'd have been the fourth one from the one that he was talking about where they helped actually start it, which I didn't realize. I didn't realize he was part of the organizing committee for the very first one in '83. So that's really cool. But yeah, he's been there. He's been a kind of a stalwart. He's been through all the CoCoFEST as well.
Yeah, he's hard to miss.
Yeah, he's 6'4", so that's
yeah, he's hard to miss. So yes, I you know, because the way you asked that question, I couldn't resist doing that. And he's usually been in that lab coat with all the badges on it as that's grown over the years. So Chris has been a hard one to miss. It was as tall as he is. And so
and his buttons.
Yeah.
Now, does he have his wife with him too? I think.
Quite often, his wife Nancy has been there with him. Okay.
Yeah, I talked to her the last CoCoFEST, and him. He had a color computer sitting at his table. I think it was a CoCo Raspberry Pi, but it had the keyboard and everything hooked up to it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's had a lot of stuff. I mean, he's done stuff for Disk Basic. He's done stuff for OS9. He's done stuff hardware-wise. He's done stuff for the MM1. So he's been involved in a lot of the CoCo community stuff. And some rather unique products like Icon Basic 9, which I'm sure Rob's just itching to ask him about.
Yeah, I did have some questions about that. I also want to know more about what MyDOS is. I have that on his list. Do you happen to know, Curtis?
No, that's not one I've used. Some of his games, I think he's got a couple games like Killer Hawks, and there's a Risk board game clone. What is it called? I'm pulling a blank. I like him. I didn't have time to prepare anything. So.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, look, we've got somebody sharing a rainbow up on the screen. Yeah, well, we can go to just to do some introductions if we want to stall for time here. Wait for Chris to get back.
I was going to see if I could find one of his ads in Rainbow.
I see.
Does anybody have the pictures queued up? Because I know you guys had a few of Discord of Chris and some of his products. We can kind of
go through those. That might be Chris. Yeah, David has it queued up, but David had to run and help his brother. So, I think that's
Chris is back.
I'm here at the moment. So.
Oh, thanks.
Looks like Chris is reconnected too. So.
That sounds good so far.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a lot better. Try turning on the video just for fun. Let's see if it.
Oh boy.
Let's see if it all works again.
Well, I can see me.
Twice.
Still sounding smooth so far.
Well, it did for a little while when I connected to the 40-second time or whatever it was. I had a heck of a time connecting. I tried to test the other day and it worked just fine. And I told Rob, I guess I'm all set. So
no
then
problem.
It made a liar out of me when I started it up today.
If it starts to go again, I think we'll switch it back to audio just because we do have an audio version of the podcast. So it's critical that the audio is as clean as we can. Because we can throw pictures of you and we can show pictures of your products and stuff on the screen ourselves while we're talking to you and have you explain them. So
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So feel free to plug a few things while we get into it here. So
absolutely. Well, I know I was looking at one of your ads, Chris, and you had a lot of stuff in there. What are you holding up for us? Who's holding this up?
John
Somebody-
Strong
That's
is.
not me.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
holding up. It is the fifth annual CoCoFEST, and where they featured some of the vendors, and you will see that Hawksoft
Oh, yeah,
is
on the
one
right
of the
side there.
vendors. Is one of the vendors on the T-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's 96. So has there ever been a CoCoFest or Rainbow Fest that you've missed, Chris? Have you been at every single one?
Well, I wasn't at all of the Atlanta fests. I missed a few of them, and I missed a couple of the Princeton ones as well. But the ones in Chicago, I was at every one.
Mm-hmm. And then on the ad, which also featured Icon Basic 09, which I want to talk about, but it had your high-res joystick interfaces. It had the PC CD-ROM. It also had something called MyDOS, and I'm not familiar with MyDOS or haven't used it, and neither is Curtis. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's a product similar to ADOS and added a whole bunch of different commands to the ROM, the extended if you were extended basic, or the disk if you were disk basic. I had it smart enough to be able to figure out which one to connect to. It was pretty simple the way the ROMs connect to each other. But it added, geez, it's been so long. There was an X-Run, I think, which would load and execute machine language programs. And there was the fanciest thing was I don't even know what to call it, kind of a menuing system. You could type the menu, I think it was, and it would put up a directory on the screen in 2 columns, 32 column screen. And then you could use a mouse or joystick to select and run programs from that.
Okay. From disk basic.
Yes.
With a mouse, so that's pretty cool.
Well, I wrote that actually in assembly, of course, but I wrote that actually after I dislocated my shoulder and it was in a sling for several months. So I was basically one-handed, so it was a real pain to even type in the name of a program to get it to run.
Yeah.
That's when I added that feature to it.
Just out of curiosity, what was your daytime job during this whole time? You've been working with the CoCo since its inception in 1980. So what was your regular day job?
I was the garbage man.
Oh, okay, in the Chicago area then.
Yeah, in Elgin, the town I lived in. I worked for the city. So now I'm collecting a pension, so now I can be retired.
So what made you decide to move to Tennessee then, after so many years in Chicago area?
Weather. Weather.
So you like the tornadoes then?
That was the plan all along. Well, the tornadoes I could live without, but first thing we did after we got the house and the barn and stuff in was put in a storm shelter because we don't have a basement. That's pretty uncommon in this area. But I've got lots of distant relatives here. My folks retired down here. Well, actually, they moved down before Dad retired. And we used to come down and visit all my relatives and stuff. And my wife said, "Oh, I could live down here, and in the wintertime, it wouldn't be bad. They get a little snow. I think we've had almost a half an inch of snow total so far this year. It's been pretty quiet. And last time I looked, yesterday sometime, it was 65. So it's not bad for beginning of March.
Yeah.
And
The
weather's a
warbling
whole
is
lot
coming
better
back on
than
our
here,
end, Chris.
so-
Are you getting it on your end as well, where the sound's breaking up again?
Yeah. Yeah. you're starting
Okay,
to
maybe we
wake up
stop the
again.
video and we'll see if it comes back in the audio
Yeah.
side.
Okay.
It might take a bit of time
Okay,
for Zoom
there's-
to adjust to. So
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, like, I kind of didn't get started in at the very beginning there, but you mentioned that you got the CoCo like literally within a couple months of its release in 1980. Had you done anything with computers before that got you interested in getting the CoCo in the first place, or was it just something you saw at Radio Shack that interested you, or how did that come about?
Well, I was always interested, but I couldn't afford a UNIVAC or something like that. So when Model 1 came out, I was interested and followed along, went to some of the meetings with the guys and stuff like that, and then finally was able to buy my own. And at that time, the color computer was about to come out. And like I said, I talked to one of the fellows I knew in the railroad club I belonged to in Elgin. And he actually worked with 6809s at his job. I forget what it was, but and he highly recommended that I take a look at the 6809, the Radio Shack color computer, because it was actually a much more capable processor than anything else that was on the market or was going to be on the market. So that's the direction I went.
So you
Spent
had
a lot
had
of
some
time at the
experience with like
library.
you had some experience working with like Tier City Model 1s or 3s or Apple 2s or any other machines that were out before the CoCo?
Well, a little bit. Like I said, I went to some of the meetings for the other computers, but and saw what they were doing and did a little bit of stuff, but not more than casual observance and here, try this on my computer, those kind of things.
Okay. So your
When
interest
did you
in
s-
getting
Go
the
ahead.
computer off the bat then must have been just for curiosity of computers itself. It wasn't like you got a bug for programming before that if you just kind of just casually used them. So how did you get into the programming side of things after getting it? Was it just a natural progression? You found the manual and started going through it, or?
Pretty much. I was interested in it before I was able to do anything because I saw what other guys were doing. I said, oh, I could probably do something like that. And I always tell people, I think I have a knack for it. That's got to be the only explanation. Like some people have a knack for being able to do other things. They pick them up fairly readily and with a little practice get pretty good at them. So I think that's what happened to me.
Okay, so sorry, somebody else was about to ask a question.
No, I was just going to ask, since one of the products that
Hey,
I was
there I
talking to
am.
Chris, yeah, there you are. One of the products we were talking about over email, Chris, was Icon Basic. And when did you start to make the transition to OS 9 Level 2, Basic 09, and kind of, becoming more known, I guess, as an OS 9 person?
I don't know, that's hard to say because it was so long ago, but I did start out with level 1, version 1.1 or something like that, so it was fairly early. I saw the discs somewhere. I still got a set. It probably can't be read, but that was I think another thing from the fellow I knew from the railroad club. I think he pointed me in that direction and said, oh, this will work really well. You should learn this kind of stuff. So I got into that as well and discovered, hey, I like this. This is fun.
Yeah, OS 9 is not so hard.
No.
It's so powerful, so much you can do with it. And one of the things, though, I think the Basic 09 does have an I guess when you're used to regular basic disk extended color basic, and you start Basic 09, you have that B prompt. That can be intimidating for a first time user. And I know that Basic 09 is not that hard, but to get over some of that intimidation factor and get people to experiment with it. Curtis and I had been mentioning, what if there was more of a graphical environment, and then we recalled your product, Icon Basic. So what was that your, how did Icon Basic, what was your genesis for that? Were you trying to make it easier for yourself, or you felt like this was a product that could encourage more people to develop in Basic 09?
That's pretty much what I was thinking. I figured it would make it easier for me. And like you say, also for other people. It even says in the manual, says, oh, well, you can load other people's programs and you'll be able to see what they look like and compare the icons to what's going on and stuff like that. Hopefully
And
that's a little more
mhm.
explanatory than just a single word. They say a word is worth, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So hopefully that gives people a little better idea what's going on in the program than just the words do.
Yeah, and I think I know there were some tweaks that you made, and it runs now perfectly on the ease of use edition. I think I've been playing with it a little bit. In future episodes of CoCoTALK, we're going to do some demos on it, and maybe you'll be able to come back and participate in that. But as it pertains to the ease of use project, what are your thoughts around the ease of use project, the the different features and ease of use, where you can launch programs out of G Shell, which is multi-view. Do you have any thoughts around ease of use itself and your opinion on it?
Well, I don't know. I think if we get the ease of use going and get more people involved, that'll be a great thing.
That's the
Because
goal.
everybody's now used to the click, and like I tell people, I say, well, you get the GUI, yeah, you can do simple stuff a whole lot easier. Complex stuff gets a little hard sometimes, but if you get people started and they kind of understand what's going on, and that's what the graphic can do for us.
Yeah,
Hopefully
it's kind of the same goal what you had with
that.
It's kind of the same goal you had with Icon Basic 09, I think, is to try to make it easier, try to make something a bit more complex, a bit easier for the average person to get into, rather than you have to be a quote unquote computer geek.
Yes, definitely. If you make it easy to start, then people will probably go farther, but it's got to be I don't know how to explain it, less of a slope to start out with. A lot of things, you have to learn a whole lot of stuff before you can do anything. Whereas this way, they can get started on even simple stuff and work into it gradually instead of having to start with a big bang, so to speak.
Yeah, Chris, if I can ask, you worked with Carl Kreider for a while, I think. How did that affect your OS 9 and stuff? Carl writing some of the C libraries and things like that. Or is my memory
I
wrong?
learned a lot from Carl. I got tired early 90s, I guess it was. I got tired of everybody saying, well, why aren't you a professional programmer? How come you're not doing that for a living? So I said, well, let me start looking. So I started looking around, and somebody from who worked at Microware, I don't remember if it was Boise or one of the other fellows, might have been JJ, said, hey, they're hiring programmers. They're coming out with a newer version of OS 9 to run on x86 and stuff. So maybe you should send them your resume and see if you can get a job out there. So I sent them a resume. I didn't even have one because I've been working for the city for like 20 years. So all I could say, well, I've been a city employee because that was the only real job I ever had. So I sent them a resume, and they said, oh, come on out. We want to interview you. So I went out for an interview and showed the manager that I talked to some of the stuff I'd done and talked to him about it, and got a chance to visit with Boise and JJ and those guys. We went out to dinner a couple of times. And then didn't hear back, and finally I checked with whatever the fellow's name was. He said, well, I was going to hire you, but they wouldn't let me because we're working in C now, and you don't know anything about C. He says, but I told my boss, who said I couldn't hire you, the guy wrote a file manager, for Christ's sake. He can learn C. He already knows OS 9, but it didn't happen because I'd written the file manager for OS 9 68,000. I think I wrote that after I'd actually written the 6809 one first.
That's a CD-ROM file manager you're talking about?
Yes. So that didn't happen. But at the next CoCoFEST, or was it a Rainbow Fest? It must have been CoCoFEST by then, because it was the early 90s. And Carl said, they're looking for somebody to do your kind of programming. We've been working together via BBS and stuff on a couple of projects, so we knew each other's work. He says, they're looking for somebody to do your kind of stuff. We need file managers and device drivers and stuff like that written for OS 9 because they used it in some of their products. So why don't you send your resume and I'll see if I can put in a good word for you. So I wound up getting a job in South Bend, where Carl was. That's where the company was. And I worked out there for nearly 10 years, I think. And then the plastics industry, which used most of their equipment, slowed down and they had to lay people off, so I got laid off. Wound up getting a job back in Illinois after that.
And what about the MM? So you covered OS 9 6809. You did for the 68000, and then you worked also on the MM1. I heard.
Yeah, I had an MM1 for quite a while, and I also had Cal Kreider's 68,000.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did a separate 68306 or something, wasn't it? I can't remember now.
Yeah, he did a motherboard. It would actually take IBM PC cards in it. Use a video card that would plug in, and
so kind of like the PT68K4 and stuff that
yeah,
Ed did.
Yeah, he had some very interesting conversations with Carl, and that's the reason, and Chris, and so that's one reason I mentioned this, that I thought it opened some more information up from Chris about things.
And actually, Chris, I wanted to ask you, because I don't know if you were part of it or not, but were you involved at all with the OS 9 Level 2 version 3 upgrade that Kevin Darling was heading up?
No, not at all. I knew about it and heard some of the stuff and some of the talk, but that was about all. I think I may even have a copy somewhere, but.
And then with the MM1, how did you get involved? Like, did Paul Ward approach you, or did you just get one and then start writing for it, or was there a pre-arrangement with him, or how did that work?
I just got one and put it in a case and started writing stuff for it. First thing I did was port my CD-ROM file manager to it, so I'd have another project.
Yay! I used that.
Yeah, so did a lot of people. I licensed it to a couple of companies in Europe even, and got some money out of them.
Oh, that's good. I didn't realize that.
The interesting story here, that I know Chris is the focus, but I was able to actually set up a CD-ROM easier on the CoCo and stuff than it was with original my original PC that I had. It was a lot of trouble, and with his file manager and such, it was just simply set things up and go. And the real big problem getting to the PC to recognize things and everything to get the CD running on the PC.
Yeah. Are there any other new projects that, Chris, that you're either working on or thinking of working on? We have so many things going on, both with the ease of use project and new hardware coming out. Anything like on your mind, or you're planning on programming?
Well, I've been playing with a couple of things. I haven't had much time for anything but moving and getting things set up and stuff like that. But I have an idea. I've been kicking around and looking for somebody to do the hardware, because it's more hardware stuff than I can handle anyway. But it occurred to me, we've got the DriveWire servers, all kinds of them. And you can run that, I don't know if anybody else has tried, but you can run that on a Raspberry Pi. I'm sure everybody knows that.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, I wonder if it'll run on the Raspberry Pi Zero. And yeah, it runs just fine as long as you're not doing graphics and the rest of the stuff. So it occurred to me, if you build a cartridge just the right size with a dual inline connector on it, you could plug a Raspberry Pi into it and connect to the serial port, and then just map that with the Verilog or whatever you use to look like the 6551 serial port. You could put it the same address and everything, and then you wouldn't have to write any software for it. And then you run DriveWire on your computer, and as far as it's concerned, the serial port is a disk drive, so you run the DriveWire server on a Raspberry Pi Zero inside the cartridge. I have it on good authority that you can get plenty enough power to run a Raspberry Pi Zero from the CoCo bus. So all you'd have to do is plug the cartridge in, and you've got a DriveWire server plugged into your computer.
So finally, I will actually be able to get DriveWire to work. I'm not a very good DriveWire expert, I'm afraid. I've had some challenges, so it sounds like this is plug and play, right? Plug it in and you're good to go.
Yeah, and no wiring required to hook it up to a computer. So,
pardon me?
It sounds like what you're planning on doing there is actually having it as a self-contained cartridge that you just plug in, and it's the server and the simulated disk drive all in one shot, and there's no wiring or wireless network to set up to hook it up to a Mac or a PC or a Linux box. So,
yeah, right.
So what
because the Raspberry Pi Zero does have a serial port built in, although it's only TTL level. So I'm thinking.
Sorry, continue.
Oh, it's okay. I'm thinking somebody could write the software necessary to connect to the serial port and make it look to the CoCo on its end as if it was a 6551. Then we're already all set. Or the Becker, I think they call it, whatever the actual serial port version of DriveWire is. Yeah.
Great.
That sounds like a good idea.
The hardware look like that, and you just plug it in and you're all set. Or you can unplug it, plug in a power supply and keyboard and monitor, and it'll be a Raspberry Pi, and you can load your stuff or wirelessly bring your programs over and store them in the correct directories and stuff like that.
Will you be able to demonstrate any of this at CoCoFEST this year?
That's just an idea so far.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why you're looking for a partner to try to help with the hardware development and stuff.
Yeah, I need someone who knows how to write that kind of stuff.
Well, since you got a Raspberry Pi and a keyboard hooked up to it, doesn't sound like it'd be a whole lot more just to feed that keyboard back into the CoCo through the Pi.
Well, Chris does have a Raspberry Pi that's in a CoCo case. Is that what you're referring to, Mark?
Well,
I
like
think
saying,
it's
with the same cartridge, since it's also being a DriveWire server, just also have it feed the keyboard through. I mean, you'd have to remap the port, but
I see.
Feed a standard PC keyboard into the CoCo through that Raspberry Pi.
Under OS 9, that could be simply done as a driver. Okay. Yeah. And so under this basic, it's more involved. But if you're sticking to OS 9, yeah, it's just a matter of some software.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of opportunity there. What else will you be displaying, Chris? I know I've seen Icon Basic at your booth in the past, and I've seen your Raspberry Pi. Is there anything else that folks can expect at CoCoFEST?
Or anything that you want to highlight that you'll be selling at the fest?
I won't be selling anything at the fest. I will not be a vendor.
Oh, really?
Oh, this is breaking news. I believe we have here. So will you be in attendance at the fest?
Oh yeah, we are hoping to be there. My wife recently had knee surgery, but she should be good enough. We can get up there.
Okay. And as we
But
start
that's all
to,
we're
I mean,
counting on so far.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm hoping to be there, and I think most of us on the panel, or quite a few of us on the panel, will be there, and we'll be able to say hi. And well, you'll be still wearing the lab coat and the buttons, I hope.
I suppose I'll have to, yeah.
Yeah, it's required. I don't think they'll let you in unless you have that on.
Yeah, if you pardon the pun, it's iconic. So,
Like, how else are we going to recognize you?
I think you were the only one who really gave Alan Huffman kind of a run for his money there with the lab coat, and or in his case, a house coat and all the buttons on it. So,
Yeah, well, that goes way back to Howard Medical. I did a lot of work for them over the years and helped work the shows for them.
oh, that's right. They were in the Chicago
lab
area too,
coat
weren't they?
came from. Yeah, they were in Chicago.
Yeah, I was glad you brought it up. I was trying to remember who it was that you worked with there on the shows, and yeah, it was hard. Like you mentioned, I remember it. But yeah, remember seeing you there at the booth. Now, didn't they carry a bunch of MIDI stuff too? Or my memory failing me on that point?
Well, they had a little bit, I think, but it was mostly drives and monitors and stuff like that. And they put together and sold the slat pack that I designed years ago.
Yeah, I remember there being a hardware vendor. They were kind of like Computer Shack was earlier on, retailing a lot of like they sold Magnavox monitors and third-party floppy drives and stuff.
Yeah, that was most of the stuff they had.
In fact, I think I bought my Magnavox CM15 or 8515 from them actually.
It's a possibility. I know I bought a lot of stuff from them.
Now, you said you're not planning on being a vendor. Is that just this year that you're not planning on being a vendor, or is that you kind of retired from being a vendor? Or?
Well, we'll have to see. I'm hoping we can get back into that, but with everything else going on, we figured, well, the best we can do, hopefully for sure, is to be attendees. So we're going to do that. I haven't made money in years, but that's not what it's about. So
yeah, it's kind of like a family gathering. It's like meeting old friends you haven't seen, since last year type thing. So
yeah.
Well, speaking of making money, I'm glad you brought that up. So in terms of as we start to move forward and doing an actual demo of Icon Basic on the show, and people, I know at least one person, I believe I referred to you to purchase a copy in addition to the one I purchased. Is that the best way to reach out to you for products, is just over email? Like if people see us demoing, yeah, we can share that email with folks who see it and want to buy the product.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, one thing we can do for you too, I think, and we should probably do this. We've done it for some other vendors that are doing current products, like like Nick Marentes, when he comes up with a new game, we'll demo it on the show, so people can see what the game looks like and see if it's worth purchasing. I think we should go through some of the products that you're actively still selling, like Icon Basic 09, and actually demo them on the show too, so that people know exactly what they are, especially people that can't make it to the fests. And then you might get some sales out of that too, so we can kind of help promote each other.
Yeah. That's only if you like money, Chris. If you like money, we're in business here.
Yeah, well, it's okay.
It's not bad.
I mean, at some point, what I'd like to do when Nitrous 9 development's a bit more settled, because I'm still trying to get time from work to finish up the beta 5, but eventually I'd like to be able to maybe get Icon Basic 09 onto the demo at the fest, even if you're not a vendor officially. Just to show people what it's like, and then if you're around for it, maybe if anybody has any questions, they can actually try it out live with the author right there to ask questions of.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
And we also had a request from James Jones, or JJ as you call him. I'd never heard him called that before, so that's cool. To ask you about GNOP. What is it, and what was unique about it?
Oh yes, I was just thinking of that. So yeah, that is something I need to bring up.
Oh, that was it? Oh, Alan Huffman had some kind of challenge. Was it for a new version of Pong or something like
Was
that?
it with the
And I came up
4K
with,
challenge?
No, it was a different one.
Okay.
yeah, he's done a lot of challenges, but I think that was for a version of Pong to run on our computers. I forget what it was, but that's, I think, what started me. And so I did some research on the MM1 and found, oh, if you want to move the screen, all you do is change one address in memory, well, actually in one of the registers. Say, oh, the screen now starts here. So I came up with an idea. It's a Pong game, but the ball stays in the center of the screen all the time. And the playing field moves. Other than that, it's an exact Pong replica.
Yeah, I remember seeing it at the fest on the MM1. It was quite
moving
interesting.
pedals and.
Go ahead.
That would be pretty freaky.
You still there, Chris?
Yeah, I thought I lost you for a second or two, but yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, so it was quite a unique concept. I remember seeing it at the fest there on the MM1, where the ball, like you said, the ball stays in the center of the screen, and you're moving around the entire screen behind it to bounce it around. Like, did you see that on another platform that inspired you? Sorry, go ahead.
No. It just all of a sudden occurred to me one day, oh, I could actually just move the screen. So, okay, let me figure out how big can the screen be and still be on screen all the time while it's moving. And so actually the code updates the location of the ball all the time. So it stays up here in the middle of the screen, but the rest of the screen just stays static except for the pedals and is moved by the hardware.
And you never ported that back to the CoCo, did you? That was uniquely MM1?
Yeah, well, you can't do it on CoCo, I don't think. Can you? Can you move the screen in the same way? I thought it was every 256 bytes or something like that for the starting address of the screen.
Well, on the CoCo 3, you can move it at finer parts, but I mean, you'd have to write your own graphics driver to be able to handle it type thing. I mean, some of the modern games use the hardware scrolling feature too, but I think it's like a 2-byte minimum shifts. You got to move it at least, like if you're in a 16 color mode, like 4 pixels or something. It's not super fine tuned, but.
Oh. Well, something else that I can take a look at, see if it's possible and what it would look like. But in my copious spare time, which is supposedly coming.
You're one of those people that's busier in retirement than when you were working?
Oh, for sure. Way too much to do.
That goes with moving to a new location. It's, you know, it's slowed down a little bit here, but it's still a lot to do.
Well, I still got more boxes and stuff.
Yep. Well, Chris, if anyone wants to talk to you, they know where to find you out in CoCoFEST here coming up. We're 45 days away, I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. And so look for Chris with his lab coat and buttons, and you won't be able to miss him.
Yeah.
In addition to that, I think we want to feature a selection of your current products for sale on a future CoCoTALK. So hopefully, we can get you back on, and we'll clean up some of those audio issues and sell a few copies of Icon Basic and other programs for you. Because I think one of the things that we found is some of the some of the products that are out there we don't talk about, and maybe you see them once a year at CoCoFEST, but they're really useful tools that everybody could use. So hopefully we can get you back and go through some of those on the show. Anything else that you wanted to share with the audience before we go?
Or anything specifically you want to plug?
Nothing I can think of. No.
Well, thanks for all your help back and forth on email with Icon Basic, and looking forward to learning, continuing to learn more about your products, and of course this Raspberry Pi and a cartridge project that might actually help me with finally use DriveWire. So I'm very excited about that idea, and I hope you continue to develop it or talk to the Jim Brains or other people that do hardware that can help you. And I hope you'll come back and talk to us about it when that idea, bears fruit.
Well, hopefully it'll go somewhere, but I need to find some time and somebody to do the hardware end of it, because like I said, it's not the kind of hardware I have any experience with. I was all discrete components, and that's quite different from what we're doing nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got some hardware specialists in the community now that definitely are available to talk to. So,
and Chris, I did want to ask you, just popped into my head here, when you're at the fest, since you're actually just being a participant rather than a vendor this year, and you'll have free time to go around to different booths and things, maybe we should get together with some of the CoCoTalk people and actually record a video in the evening or something like that on one of the days to kind of go over some of your products and have you there for live questions and live demos and stuff, and just kind of go through the whole gamut of your catalog, and we can then use that as a bonus on CoCoTalk, or put it up on the YouTube page, and then if people are interested in some of your products afterwards, we can actually point them to an informational video to show exactly what your products do, what the games you have, what the hardware that you've made is, and kind of make it a learning tool as well.
It sounds like a good idea. People can see the stuff who don't come to the CoCoFEST or aren't able to.
Yeah,
Sounds
even me
reasonable
going to the
me.
fest, I've walked by your booth and seen some of the stuff, but depending on when I walked by, I saw these 2 products running, and you have another 10 there that I didn't see. And sometimes it might take me like 5 years of going to fest to finally see them all. So,
right.
Uh-huh.
Well, Chris, you're welcome to hang out on the panel. I know you have some audio, so I'll leave that up to you. But you're welcome here anytime, and to pop in and out, and just know that you can always join our show anytime you want. So
John, what was that
Well, I
T-shirt you were
appreciate
popping
it.
up there?
And yeah, John had a T-shirt featuring one of the many CoCoFEST Rainbow Fest. Oh, Team OS 9.
Okay.
We do Windows.
This was my first custom strongware shirt. Okay, this was for the first CoCoFEST. Okay,
Hey.
and at that point, I found out that my vendor wasn't going to be there, and wanted to be represented with some of the stuff I was working on, to going with the MM1 and things like that. And so this one is featuring that. So only a few people have these. Alan Huffman was shared with some of those the people at my booth. Had a couple of extras they sold quickly. Actually had one fest attendee who I told him I didn't have any more. They grabbed the collar of my shirt and said, "What about this one?" So they liked that. So that was my first featured one. Of course, had it done silk screen. Kind of designed it for some there. Okay, and this hang is a little bit wrinkled. This is
that's the one I remember the most.
Okay, this was the
Team OS 9.
Okay, I had professionally done. Very good airbrush artist He was actually featured in the National Airbrush magazine, and found out he had a shop in Muncie near Ball State for a while. And so he actually did the shirt for me. And I was just going to do t-shirts, and Donna Adams wanted the color and the button and stuff. And so we had one made up for him. So these probably only about 2 of these particular shirts. I'd had some other t-shirts done as well, with the same thing on the front, and then on the back, this was extra. So,
all right. Are you going to wear any of these shirts at CoCoFEST?
They're probably a little small for me now. Okay, I don't want to be showing off my belly. I'd be showing off my belly and stuff. My wife would be giving me grief because I'm showing my hairy belly and stuff. So probably not. Okay.
I didn't think that through before I asked it.
Yeah, it's been a long time ago. I've gained some weight. I'm not the string bean that I used to be. So.
Well, maybe in the future you can reproduce it in different sizes.
But since we're talking OS9, Chris has been one of the supporters to that tools. Carl Kreider, that would be somebody could find him. It'd be interesting to talk if he would come on. He did a lot of the OS9 library, the C library stuff. And so there was things going there. Kevin Darlane, I think it's kind of expressed he's really not interested, but
yeah, I've tried.
Yeah. But it was an interesting time. I would get people wanting to me interview with stuff for OS9. And I remember one that they were talking to me, and then I didn't hear back. And it seems like Kevin Darling got the job, and Greppentag it was a project AT&T, and so they got it. But it was like, well, there's not very many people know this. Yeah, we're interested in talking to you, blah blah blah, and then hear nothing. And so there was a little bit of demand at the time, and like I said, Chris got the job with the factory with Carl, and so there was a little bit of things going on there. And so it was kind of an interesting time. But since I dug out the other t-shirt, I thought I'd bring those out. So
those are cool.
Yeah, no, that was really cool. And in fact, on another time Stevie's away, we'll do further OS9, and maybe we could talk Chris into giving an interview. But that was good. Those are good shirts.
And so interesting that they only had room for like 4 vendors on that t-shirt for that fest, and 3 of those 4 vendors are still active. Okay, Sabitha, myself, and Chris. And I've seen the guy from Tharna on some of either the group or the
Frank's still on the group, though. I don't
Frank,
think he has any CoCos anymore.
Right. Yeah. I'm trying to remember Frank. Yeah. I'm trying to remember his name.
Frank Swigert.
Swigert. Yes. Yeah. He's got some interesting CoCoFEST, some Rainbow Fest or CoCoFEST story. I think he had a Rambler, if I remember right. And they went down Chicago, was involved in some kind of wreck or something. Somebody hit him. So I don't know all that full story, but things get interesting.
Nightmare Driveway.
Yeah.
Well, we have plenty more OS9 to talk about in future episodes. It sounds like we have only the tip of the iceberg, but we do have to get to news so we can get through the news and Game On, and then we will come back for acquisitions and other projects toward the end, though. John, if you have anything else that you want to add, then
that's probably what it is. I've got some other things I need to do today, but I always try to catch at least a part of the show, whether if I catch all of it. And
I have to drop off too. I have to get back to work myself, but I did want to pop in for the interview with Chris.
Yeah, no problem. I want to thank Chris Hawks. I want to thank Curtis Boyle, and I want to thank John Strong. And we're going to come back with news. And Nick, you and I will work out how that's going to happen. But we'll be right back after these messages.
So do you, we have the, you want to do the special announcement?
No, save the special announcement. Go to commercial 2, whatever commercial 2 is.
We'll return after these messages.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and Coco nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Coco Land. This is Brian Schubring with Music Man here at the CoCoFEST. Having fun, fixing issues, and making things roll, and making lots of sound. Have a great day, guys.
Baby, there's something I need to talk to you about. Remember when we first met? Everything was so easy and it felt like nothing could stop us. But now, everything is such a struggle. And if I'm being honest, you're really starting to show your age. Can I get the check, please?
Break up with 512K. Use 2 megabytes now with NitroOS 9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease of Use. Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing New Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. I remember the days of grade school, when on the playground we would talk about the latest computer and console games. Until one day, when a kid told the teacher he was having a blast with his new math tutor. After he got out of the hospital, he changed schools.
Greetings, YouTubers. Atari Leaf here, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
And we're back. All right, so welcome to the news segment. And before we do news, we're going to roll a special announcement from D. Bruce Moore.
This year, the TRS-80 Color Computer turns 40. And what better way to celebrate than to get your very own limited edition 40th anniversary Color Computer photo book. This pearl-finished 23-page hardcover photo pictorial depicts the introduction of the TRS-80 Color Computer in 1980 and follows the evolution of both the hardware and community over the last 40 years. This classic coffee table homage to the CoCo is only available by pre-order with delivery at the Chicago 2020 CoCoFEST. With the regular cost of printing and shipping a single copy at over $45, a bulk group order of 10 or more copies gets CoCoFEST attendees this timely heirloom for only $30. Email coco@gracenote.ca to arrange your PayPal prepayment by March 21st.
What you need to know. Get caught up on news with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Guest anchor tonight. Oh, guest anchor is Nick Marotta. And Nick Marotta, we just had breaking news. So can we take a pause and just appreciate what just happened from D.
Yes.
Bruce Moore?
That is very very cool news. That looks like a really great book.
Do you plan to? I think I'm going to be contacting CoCo at gracenote.ca to pre-order.
So people who are not going to CoCoFEST can order it? Is
They
that
can.
true?
So that's what when I was watching the video, I was asking myself the same question. So I
'Cause I'm not-
believe that, of course, you can email CoCo at gracenote.ca to ask that question for sure. But it did sound like that you could email it and arrange something with Bruce Moore. But we'll find out more from him.
Yeah.
But a great project.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. I remember he mentioned he might work on something like that, but I never heard anything about it since. So I guess it came to fruition. It's fantastic.
All right. So I've got the first link or you're going to share your screen.
Yes, I'm
I
going to
think
share. I'm going to
Okay.
share my browser and my sound. Hold on. Share sound.
And I believe this is presented by Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta.
Yes.
The man so nice they named him Thrice.
All right, can you guys see my browser?
Yes.
All right. So our number one story tonight, Jim Gary has released the obligatory bouncing ball demo, which every platform must have. So now the MC10 has one. So this is the demo right here.
All right. It is an MC10. You might have to skip ahead.
Oh, stop the hatred. So there we go.
It is bouncing and it is moving.
Yeah. It's my sound. Here, I'll turn the sound down a bit. So there you go. Now the MC10 has the bouncing ball and it can join the ranks of every other computer ever designed by man.
Hey, that's not bad for basic.
No, actually, it's very
admit.
cool. Jim Gary's doing some really cool stuff with the MC10. It's actually pretty cool to see. He's doing a lot of conversions and software, and it's really pushing the limits of it. It's really neat. So, I mean, some people here do make fun of it a little bit, but really, we think the MC10 is pretty cool.
The MC10 is a computer.
It is.
That
It's a
I can tell you.
micro-color computer.
It is. It has a processor. That I can tell you.
It fits Turing's definition of a computer, does it?
Yes, it does.
Well, can we run OS 9 on it?
You cannot run OS 9 on it.
That's a check mark. I like that. All right, our next story. Paul Shoemaker put up a picture on Facebook of his framed poster from the Clendatu, Clendatu, yes. I got it rearranged my windows. Okay, there we go. Yes. Based on the Robert Heinlein book Starship Troopers, written by Leo Christopherson, who is famous for the original Dancing Demon, Android Nim, Voyage of the Valkyrie, etc. And we also heard, related to this story, we got a comment by Steve, pardon my pronunciation,
Skynares.
Skynares?
Yes.
And Mr. Christopherson, or Mr. C as he was known, was actually a professor of his, computer programming teacher from the 4th to the 8th grade, back in the 70s and 80s. He taught machine language, and if you want to read, he gave a really long, not really long, but he gave a pretty long quote about his experience with Mr. Christopherson. And if you want to read about that, it's on the Facebook.
Yeah, and there's a lot of follow up on this post. I encourage people to go read it. I think Curtis,
just reading it. I don't think
Curtis actually jumped in and asked if he could interview Steve Skrnaris here, and he said yes. So we might actually have Steve on in a future episode to talk about working with Mr. Christopherson and how he was a professor and how he got into programming and how he ended up programming an officially licensed Robert Heinlein book for the CoCo.
Yes, that is very cool. We have a lot of good history in our community. So yeah, definitely please go on Facebook and check that out, and then look forward to possible interview coming up. All right. So Jason Pittman has been working on a web application to convert images you supply the URL to, and allows you to convert it to CoCo 1, 2, 3 graphics modes with a variety of options. CoCo 3 only at this point, but the interface shows what the CoCo 1, 2 options will be. So
yeah, again, these are so handy. I mean, to be able to use modern tools, to be able to do some of this stuff that would really be manual before. I know that some people like Nick Marentes like to do everything retro, but for most of us, we don't have the Nick Marentes kind of time. So we need to jump in and just be able to get things done and use some of these modern tools. So this is really great.
And as you see, it turned out pretty decently. This picture turned out pretty cool. Dithering is with the dithering, you get a lot of good extra colors and stuff. So there you go. All right, our buddy Jim Brain has an update on his experiments with DMA and the CoCo, which is becoming more successful. And that is this link right here. And Jim also has prototype boards for testing for a 512K CoCo flash cartridge that is programmable from the CoCo itself. Is that this? Yes. So this is a 512K CoCo flash cartridge that's programmable from the CoCo.
Okay, and this is the Jim Brain flash. Okay, and then gotcha. Did you already go by the CoCo DMA that he wrote?
I went through. Yeah, I went through by it pretty quickly. I'm sorry. I'll go back to that one. Yeah. So Jim Brain has an update on his experiments with the DMA.
Oh, okay.
And so yes, he has an article, which is link number 4 for the first link of story 4.
Yeah, so this is an interesting. I didn't want to fly by this, and I'm going to post the link here in a second. But this is an interesting talk about direct memory access and how to do that on the color computer. Now, I'm not a technical expert on it, but there is a way to do this on the CoCo 1 and 2. But the CoCo 3 has a hardware requires a hardware fix. So even if you're not technical, you can still skim this article on the Go for Retro site, because actually Sockmaster ends up chiming in because he's actually done some work around this. So it's a really interesting article, and it also goes through kind of what the benefits of direct memory access is. I mean, if I can, in a nutshell, faster graphics and games that could be possible. So I highly recommend just checking it out and just flipping through it and skimming the article from Jim Brain. I mean, when anything that Jim Brain produces and ships, we get really excited about. And he has produced and shipped this white paper.
Thank you, Rob, for filling the details. That my knowledge in this area is a little limited. So thank you very much for jumping in.
Anything Sockmaster comments on, my radar goes up.
And then the 512K flashboards we talked about. All right, so now you thought one bouncing ball was good. We've got 2 bouncing balls this week.
Is anyone else on the panel? I'm just curious. Can anyone hear us?
I am back now.
Okay, got really quiet.
They are riveted by our conversation.
It's not just the Nick and Rob show, so feel free to chime in and say if you think it's interesting or you don't, or just
chat's a little bit dead too today for some reason.
I can cough for you.
Well, the panel's pretty dead. It goes both ways. So maybe if the panel's more lively, we'll get more chat. So if you want to just go or something so that we know that the rest of the panel is listening, that would be great. Because it feels like Nick and I are just having our own conversation.
Fine. So Rob, what you doing later?
Yeah, really. By the way, snoring it would even be better than silence. So I appreciate whoever fell asleep. Thank you, Nick.
All right, so we have a second bouncing ball demo. This was done by Alan Huffman, and this one.
Oh, okay. Wait, that looks like the same one.
There's two links. No, this one is CoCo bouncing ball.
Really?
So it's done in
okay.
CoCo.
It was converted to CoCo.
Yes. So the first one is MC10. I don't know if this is the same code or a different code, but it's on a CoCo. So there we go. Now the CoCo the CoCo had a bouncing ball already, but now we have another one. So can't have too many bouncing balls.
Okay. And then he has some information
and then there's
on
also
basic.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, CoCo cross developing with MS Visual Studio Code. So he's just talking about a quick blog to some CoCo related extensions for Microsoft's Visual Studio for code editing that is available on Windows, Mac, and Linux. So if you want to use Visual Studio for CoCo development, you got a way to do so.
Okay,
right.
Visual Basic, that's right.
Visual
Extensions.
Studio, yeah, yes.
Yes, we might have to revisit some of this with like Curtis and next week, because some of the stuff like that's pretty significant to be able to use Visual Studio.
We're getting a
Visual
50,000.
Studio's free from Microsoft, isn't it?
Yep.
I think it is, yeah.
The core version is, like to do small projects, and they released it for free.
So having
cool.
CoCo extensions to that is a big deal.
So this is a 50,000 foot view of some of this stuff, but we're definitely going to want to circle back and dig into some of the stuff deeper with people involved, like Alan. So there's a lot of the cool development stuff going on in the community right now. So Michael Pitsley shared a photo of his CoCo 2 and CoCo 3 system side by side. He has a much cleaner area than which I assume is Curtis. So there's his setup. We encourage people to show pictures of their setups I just saw the sign in the top left-hand corner there. That made me
Now
giggle.
that is a really good warning, and I wonder if Michael Pitsley could use that fart detector from TJ Chris.
We should let him know about that, because apparently
he probably doesn't know that.
Bit of an issue in his office with methane emissions.
Yeah, methane emissions, and he
might not need
too.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's not just the cows that are contributing.
David's been known to be full of hot air.
That's right.
It is much too clean.
So thanks for sharing that. We're interested to see different setups. It's pretty cool to see how people are rebuilding their nostalgia. What happened now? I stopped sharing by accident. Sorry.
That's okay.
The stop sharing
we're
button.
We're gonna hear
not
from
done yet.
William Smith. No, not at all. I'm just getting the next link ready. I'm killing time for you, Nick.
Are you playing me off? Are you?
No, it's all good time. William Smith is next.
All right. Sorry, I accidentally hit the stop sharing button. Now I'm sharing my screen. So, all right. So the stupid button came down and made me hit it. There we go. There we go. Yes, William Smith showed a prototype board he is using to get a CoCo 1 keyboard working over USB. So there you go.
Okay, and why would you want to do that? Okay, well maybe
for running
with
emulators,
VCC.
I suppose. Yeah. You get a more authentic experience. I know for VCC, I can't figure out when I use the CoCo layout. I can't figure out where some of the stuff is, like the @ key, and I end up using the natural. But it's kind of fun to use the muscle memory from the CoCo keyboard when you're using the CoCo emulator.
And David, you're working on like the mouse stuff. Does this help you at all with like keyboard, or is there any connection there?
Well, the
David Ladd, sorry.
Yeah, the I can't see if that's what the microcontroller he's using. I'm assuming it's going to be one of the Arduino micros or whatever. But yeah, those are handy. Paul Fiscarelli did something like that for his keyboard project for the to where
Might
he
be a
could,
teensy.
I know it would be really nice to be able to use these smaller microcontroller development boards to do things, because like my mouse project is using the Nano, because it's just easier to get a development board that's got all the components already on it instead of trying to, source all the parts yourself, especially in the United States.
That one's a teensy. The
What's a
board.
teensy?
That's the name of that development board. It's a teensy.
Oh, okay.
Well, geez, he could have saved some money and went with what is it? The Atmega 32U4 based Arduino micros, because yeah, that's like a $20 part that he's using there, and I think the Atmega 32U4s you can get for like those small development boards, I think $3.
So can you still buy the connector that the keyboard ribbon cable plugs into, or is that salvaged?
The keyboard connectors, I know Mark Marlette had some. I'm assuming you still can. A really small card edge connector would probably also work. It's but yeah, it's
Okay. I'll have to research that
suppose-
on like Mauser or DigiKey or something.
I myself would probably cheat and use a card edge connector that had the right amount of stuff, and you can get cheap all those translucent playing cards. I'd probably get a set of those cheap translucent playing cards that are made out of that thin plastic and cut them and use them for spacers.
Sure. Looks like Paul Fiscarelli says yes, they're available through DigiKey.
Okay. All right, so now you can connect your CoCo One keyboard over USB, and that is actually very handy because, for example, well, just even with a regular CoCo keyboard, if I do get the new CoCo keyboard by Ed Snyder, I'll have a spare CoCo keyboard, and it won't be a CoCo One, but if I have a way to connect it to USB, that'll make VCC and MAME a lot easier to deal with. Half my time is spent. Yeah, half my time is spent trying to figure out like exactly what keys are mapped to the CoCo.
And who doesn't love that chiclet keyboard?
Well, that's true too.
So there it is in action. So yeah,
there it is.
Working very nice. That's cool. So
Yeah,
I would
just
imagine if it's CoCo One, it would also work with CoCo Two keyboards, right? Are they the same?
Yep.
Yes. It's,
You would think.
The CoCo 2 and 3 have Mylar. I think the CoCo 1s have, isn't it a slightly different styled connector, but it's still ribbon?
Well, the earlier ones were pin connectors, or they're wired. The later CoCo One keyboards had the same Mylar that the twos had.
Okay.
So up to the D board, I'm not sure what E board had, but F board's of course got the flat ribbons, whereas D board has the pin connectors.
Yeah. So if Jim Brain wants to write another white paper and he wants to do it on a CoCo One keyboard, he can plug this in and
That would give it authenticity for sure.
And in chat, Paul is mentioning that the USB keyboard kits are available at the fest. So, Paul, how much
Okay.
are they?
He already gave the information. It's listed
Oh.
in the.
Well, he says $2 to $3 for the connector, but he'll have the USB kits. I don't know what those are going to cost. So Paul, feel free to let us know. But if you're interested in this type of solution and you don't want to build it yourself, you'll be able to get it from Paul Fiscarelli at CoCoFEST.
Oh, another reason to go. That's very cool.
Another reason to go. And what's next?
News story?
Yeah.
We're not going to let
All
no
right.
silly little virus stop us, are we?
So Canadian Retro Things got his second package this past week and goes through it, including his CoCo 2, or so CoCo 2. And he also has some strange cables that came with it, and he's asking for help identifying.
Now,
So
that second link that's in our notes, Nick, goes right to that timestamp if you want to.
Yeah, I was just gonna. Oh, you want me to do that? Okay, I was just gonna.
Or you could skim. Yeah, if you know where it is.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to see any of the unboxing at all, or anyway, it's okay.
Yeah, we can show the unboxing. Yeah, whatever you.
We'll show a little bit of the unboxing. I'll just turn that down.
Oh, okay. He's like a professional YouTuber.
Okay, so he's got a whole video that you may want to watch.
Now, if I don't only want to watch American retro things, is there a channel for that?
Why would you want to? Is what I want to know. I mean, now you could watch like what are those shows like Storage Shed Pickers or whatever.
So is that CoCo even legal in Canada?
I don't know because
English?
It's only got the Underwriters Laboratories and not the Canadian. Is that what you guys use? UL?
No. It's only got English.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to point this out at the time, but I noticed that the book that Bruce is selling, they spelled it American as well. So I have a bit of an issue with it, but not. I don't want to detract from sales, so don't let us stop you from getting it.
Will Bruce Moore make his 40th anniversary book available in French as required by law?
So T equals 260. That should be the 4-minute mark, right? Maybe I should have queued up that one instead.
It looks really good.
Oh, is that
condition.
it?
Well, no, I'm just looking at there it is. Okay.
There's the strange cables.
Okay. Can you make it bigger? That's what she said.
I was trying to pause it, and then he did that. Why'd you do that?
Well, the bottom one looks like a homebrew cassette cable.
Yeah, that's what it did.
See if I can find it again. Sorry, guys.
It's all right.
Pause it, and he did a big graphic over the whole screen for some reason. There we go.
There it is.
All right. So yeah, so it looks like it's got RCA, red, white, and yellow. I don't know what that gray plug is. Some sort of a DIN.
Yeah,
is that a cassette? Is that just a cassette?
Well, that's what I was wondering, if you put it into like a stereo or like a tape deck or something.
But I mean, on a normal cassette deck, they're not RCA. They're 1/8 and 1/4 inch TRS.
1/8 and 6.
Yeah.
Mini and sub mini.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we'd have to see the actual DIN plug to see if it's a cassette or
and the top
something.
one is mini DIMMs to a DB.
MIDI maybe?
Could be 8-track to CoCo.
Well, if anybody has any idea of what these cables are, if you want to comment on his video.
Yeah, I think we need to know more about how many pins are in each of those plugs.
Maybe we could ask for more detailed pictures of the pinouts and that.
Just ask Paul Fiscarelli in the chat. He's put him to work.
Yeah,
Come on, Paul. Figure it out.
Speaking of which, he says the USB keyboard kits were $15.
And Curtis mentioned you can increase the size with one of those. You could do that, or you could do the one to the left. I think that might increase. Theater mode?
That'll help some. No,
try that one.
mode.
There you go. And as you were starting to say, Mark, $15 for a full kit from Paul Fiscarelli to connect USB keyboard to USB.
Keyboard.
Yep.
So yeah, so anybody can help him, that'd be great.
So the bat signal has been put out. A man needs CoCo help, and the community will come together and solve this mystery.
Coco Talkers assemble.
I think it's anyone's guess until we can see how many pins are on that white DIN connector.
Yeah, well,
It looks like a mini
see.
PC keyboard, doesn't it, from back in the day, like a PS2 keyboard on PCs?
Yeah.
does,
Well,
yeah.
the shells were the same. You just had anywhere from 2 to 8 pins in them.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe as we do follow up with a question, can you show us the pinouts more closely? Maybe we'll help you.
Yeah. But great to see Canadian retro things actually talking about the CoCo, and it's just another Canadian taking American YouTube jobs. But okay.
Well, I mean,
We'll welcome him.
we are your most trustworthy source for news and information here in Canada. So. We don't have any of that
on
fake
the white
news.
cable,
No fake news up here. Sorry, go
That's
ahead.
right.
the white cable is suggests with the colors. It suggests it may be a video audio cable, but I don't know where it would plug in, unless it's just something custom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everyone try to help out this guy out. Do we have a new CoCo Thoughts?
Oh, we have one
Mark?
more story.
Oh.
Which you don't have probably. This might be the one that Curtis added last minute, so I apologize.
I apologize to you.
No, sir, I apologize to you.
No.
After
We're
you.
sorry.
Yeah,
we're sorry.
So Brian Schubring reported on his test of Jim Bray's new CoCo MIDI pack, and appears to be passing with flying colors.
Okay, and this is where I told Brian we would connect with him. Is he still on the panel? Brian Schubring, you out there?
Sure am.
Oh, so we're up to anything. Would you like to introduce the MIDI discussion? We have your post up on Facebook. Anything you want to talk about, your experience with it?
Well, I can do a quick short demo.
Okay. Do you want to take the ball
sharing.
over to Brian?
That's it for the news, so I'll stop sharing.
Nothing better than a live demo.
And a surprise live demo.
Guys, you're in for a treat.
Can everybody hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good.
Nick, can you post the link to Facebook in the one of the chat windows? Because I don't have that one. Yeah.
No, I know. I apologize.
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing that already. We're going to start apologizing again.
But Brian, the floor is yours. Tell us about MIDI.
Yeah. Well, up here is the pack that Jim Brain produced, and we'll be sawing in that. As you can see, I got 2 red cables on it, one for MIDI in, one for MIDI out. I've got synthesizers here already queued up. I got CoCo MIDI Pro here, and one of the things that the test that I needed to do for Jim was whether or not the MIDI pack was actually passing the data to the computer. And one of the nice things that CoCo MIDI Pro does, it actually has a monitor, and it's monitoring the addresses from off the MIDI pack. You can see nothing's coming in, but as soon as you press something, you get something coming through. And it does show that the note, what note came on, what the velocity is. That's the note on. The note again, and then of course then it just sends the bit for shutting it off, for the note off. So if I do it softly, the 63 changed to a 28, different note pressed. So that there validates that the MIDI pack is sending the information to the computer. Computer is reliably reading it, and works great. Let's get back here. And one of the things that Jim did when he did his test, he used a laptop with the MIDI conversion to the input and recorded and whatnot on CoCo MIDI Pro, I believe. And then when he played it back, it sounded odd and off. I had originally thought it was because that maybe too much stuff was getting bashed into the MIDI port and the CoCo MIDI Pro could not keep up with it. And I put that thought out there on several different channels, and It actually is not true. The CoCo can keep up with it. The fact is that when you, like, if I took and played a song from off this keyboard here, what I mean by playing a song is that this has a feature for where you can play a song, where I press a button, press another button, and it plays it. What was happening is that a lot of times, you don't, when the music first starts, it does not send out the MIDI patches. So to know this channel, this instrument, this channel, this is right down the line. With drums, it's usually pretty standard, which is a channel 10. And that's what he was actually experiencing, is that it recorded it correctly, but was playing back onto a different synthesizer or with different instruments on the different channels that were used. So if the channels were set out, if the patch was sent out before you start, or after you start recording, then when you play it back, then all the patches would be fine. And just to illustrate real quick, and I'll keep this short. Record. Where are we at here? And just record something real simple here from off this, just real short. And going to keep that take, and you should be able to hear it. And you may or may not hear it with the correct instruments. I don't know. It depends upon what the last instrument was last on the synthesizer. So it's close.
Okay, so now this software is playing it back through the keyboard.
Yes, I actually recorded a performance from off the keyboard. You know, it was like about 4 or 5 channels, I believe, being bashed into the MIDI pack. It recorded everything, and then it just played it back.
And it was very close to what you recorded.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Identical. Yeah.
Exactly. Almost
what's
like
the software? What's the software called?
CoCo MIDI Pro is the software here. Now, I never used it. When I started going through, I initially started with Lyra, then I heard about Ultimuse 3, so that's what I was using then. And then I did a little bit with Musica and that, but it was mostly with the Ultimuse because I was more familiar reading music rather than playing it, other than on the guitar. Guitar I can play decent, halfway decent at least, way out of practice. But a keyboard, I learned how to play the keyboard a little bit, but I'm so out of practice of about 40 years or so that I no longer can do that. But so I was able to score things in Ultramuse using the what you see is what you get screen, because you actually move the notes onto a staff, kind of like Lyra does. And that, which was for DOS. Ultramuse 3 that Mike Knudsen wrote was was both on Linux and also on for the CoCo 3 underneath the OS 9 level 2. So that's pretty much all that I have there. I just wanted to just let everybody know that MIDI pack here definitely works well. And the one thing that I do have to say is that because of the type of clock circuit that's being used, it's actually a module rather than discrete components. It's more rock on steady. With the discrete components, you can sometimes shift the clock just a little bit left and right. And that, so it may a little faster, a little bit slower. So the baud rate may not always clock on correctly. And I think that might have been some of the issues that I had originally when I recreated the CoCo MIDI Pro pack, through the Glenside. And some of them didn't work right, and it was actually the clock circuit wasn't clocking correctly. And once I replaced the component and made sure that the clock was on the right frequency, then it would work fine. So with this being dead on, the throughput seems to be a little bit more better. It's not dropping frames or anything like that, like you can if the clock's off just a little bit. So that's all that I have.
Okay. So you would give it a thumbs up, is what I'm hearing.
I would give you 4 thumbs up if I had thumbs on my feet.
Okay. Well, do you happen to know, because Jim Brain said he would post it on his website when you gave your 4 thumbs up, and you have. So do you know if it's on?
I haven't seen it on the site. I checked 2 days ago. When I got the pack, I tested it. It worked, and I checked it again the next day to test a few other things. And I communicate with him, but I haven't heard anything back. So he may be busy with his other work and that he's been doing and that. So, but yeah, right now it's up to Jim to decide when he's going to put it on pre-sale and that. And I know everybody's excited to see it.
Okay. So if you want to turn your screen back over to Nick, we can show the MIDI news item, and then we have a live question in the chat from Amigos Retro Gaming that I think we can answer.
Yes, we can.
But let's
Okay,
throw. Let's
let's
look at the MIDI again. And I can't share you the link you posted in Zoom because that's on my iPad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not on YouTube on my computer because I've got a long story.
So that's okay. No, I'm in the same boat. I'm using my tablet. Okay. No, that's GameOn.
Yeah,
Can you go back to the.
There we go. Is that what you want?
Yeah,
I
just want to go over this link because we don't have the link for this in the chat, but you can find.
See.
Yeah, you can find this by going to YouTube and just look. Which forum is this in? The main Color Computer forum, Nick? I think it is.
I think so.
But anyway, it's basically what you just heard from Brian, right? That the mini pack works, and it'll be posted soon on the Go for Retro store as soon as Jim Brain gets to it. And he should have plenty of time since he's not been in the chat trolling us today. So, Jim, I expect the MIDI for sale very soon, and I'd like to order that as well.
He is sick, though, isn't he?
Don't make excuses for him.
Poor guy. poor Jim.
No, now you want to be nice to Jim Brain. But before we go into the GameOn news, we have a live chat about the SDC from Amigos Retros Gaming, who are going to be in our GameOn segment. So for a multi-disc game in the SDC, and keep me honest, everybody, but what I do is you'll see that the Contras, for example, is a folder, right? You know, all the other games are not folders, but the Contras is. So you want to highlight the Contras, do Shift M to mount the folder, and then start the game after hitting Shift M. When the game starts, it will ask you to insert disc 2. Now you have to hit the button, and sometimes for some SDC cases you need a pen in order to hit the button. But if Contras asks for disc 2 and you have mounted it correctly using Shift M before you launched, then when it hits, it asks for disc 2, you hit the button, you'll see it flash twice, and that means you have disc 2 inserted. And then when Contras asks for disc 3 or disc 4, you do the same thing, and you'll see 3 flashes of the LED for disc 3 and 4 flashes for disc 4. So Amigos guys, let me know if that helps.
I believe the file names have to be something 1, something 2, something 3, which on the SDC image they would be.
Yeah, on the SDC image they would be all set up. So my understanding is you're already working off of a folder in the SDC that's already been set up the right way. If you're starting from scratch, that's a different question. So, and Ken asks, how many times does it flash for disk 0? Very funny.
Divide by 0 error.
What do you do to launch the game after you Shift M? You know what? I'm going to do it right now. We're going to do it live.
I usually break out in the DOS and then load it. Load it from there.
I'm actually going to try it right now on my system.
Do we want to do a commercial break while you're setting up?
Oh,
no, I'm not gonna be able to share the screen, so I'm just gonna try it really quick, and then we'll go to commercial. But I can see. Let's see.
we got a note about the
I
MIDI
have-
packet is not yet on go4retro.com yet.
Yes. Okay, that's good news. So if I shift M on the contras, then what you want to do, amigos, is after you hit shift M, you're going to see C.bin, and then you just hit enter on C.bin, and as long as you've done shift M first, you'll be able to use the button. Does that make sense? And I'll post this in the chat. So why don't we take a commercial? You're welcome to play the new CoCo Thoughts as well before or after the commercial, Mike, and then we'll come back with GameOn and we'll see if amigos have figured out how to launch Contras.
Okay. You want to stop sharing your screen, Mick?
Okay.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. If they remade Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar for modern smartphones, would they keep getting bricked?
We'll return after these messages.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and CoCo nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
Good morning, CoCoLand. This is Brian Schubring with Music Man here at the CoCoFEST. Having fun, fixing issues, and making things roll, and making lots of sound. Have a great day, guys.
Baby, there's something I need to talk to you about. Remember when we first met? Everything was so easy and it felt like nothing could stop us. But now, everything is such a struggle. And if I'm being honest, you're really starting to show your age. Can I get the check, please?
Break up with 512K. Use 2 megabytes now with NitroOS 9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease of use. Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing New Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. I remember the days of grade school, when on the playground we would talk about the latest computer and console games. Until one day, when a kid told the teacher he was having a blast with his new math tutor. After he got out of the hospital, he changed schools.
Greetings, YouTubers. Atari Leaf here, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
All right, welcome to the Game On portion of our show. I'm going to start off by reading the news that is game related. So our top story over on, I need to share. I'm sorry.
Share is yours.
My first time running this, so little. All right, can you see that?
Not yet.
How about now?
Yes.
All right. So our friends on the Amigos Retro Gaming channel posted a playthrough of Berserk with an S, or Haywire. Berserk was the Berserk clone, cleverly disguised with an S, and then later renamed to Haywire because the disguise wasn't that clever. And so they did a playthrough. We'll jump ahead a little bit. So this is a really good, this is running a CoCo 3, so you're not going to see the score properly because it's using supported semi-graphics mode. But on CoCo 1 and 2, you'd see the scores. So, and there's Evil. Now, I heard an interesting thing. Apparently in Berserk, he's named Evil Orville, not Evil Otto. That was a little tidbit from Curtis. So, anyways, this was a really well done arcade conversion, and the guys at Amigos Retro Gaming we'll have a podcast dedicated to this game coming up in the next couple weeks. So there you go. Now, I hate that menu. I wish I could get rid of it. Okay, so Jay Searle has posted his 4th vlog for his farming game, CoCo Grow, and already has a second beta binary so people can try it out. So I believe this is the game he's doing for the CoCoFEST challenge that CoCo Crew had issued, I believe. So yeah, he's got a beta going. So if you want to check that out, you can get it from here. You guys can hear me okay? It's awfully quiet.
Yeah, I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me. But I did try this out. It's fairly easy to actually get on a DSK file using. I have a tool from Paul Fiscarelli, but that might be an issue for some people who don't know how to do that. But CoCoGrow.bin to work with the SDC, you'll have to use Toolshed or something else to get it on a DSK. But if anyone has any questions about how to do that, just reach out to us on Discord and we can help you, or we can throw it into a DSK for you.
And I believe it's an isometric farming game, correct? Like
yes, it is.
The game was presented like a Zaxxon kind of perspective with the ISO.
Yep.
So there you go. And speak of the devil, there it is. Why talk about it when we can show it? So
Nick, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words.
They do.
Everyone, hello, and welcome to the latest update for my
So we won't play the whole thing.
Isometric farm.
9 minutes, but we'll just jump ahead to see.
Yeah, and it's great, and Nick, you and I are playful about our differences about the CoCo 1 and 2 and 3, but it is nice to see some games that really never made their way to CoCo 3 and see them take advantage of 16 colors like this. So I'm excited. I've given him a few feedback from issues that I had with it, and anyone is welcome to try it out.
Hey Nick, you want to hit the enlarge button?
Yeah, it might start playing automatically, but it's okay. Oh, it didn't this time. Okay, yeah. So so it's basically. I like the CoCo 3. I'm just joking around when I say that. The CoCo 3 is awesome. I love all things CoCo.
Don't try this on an MC10. That's all.
Who knows? Jim Gary might be working on it as we speak.
Sorry, I'm being told that Jim Gary has already ported it to during the show.
All right. Rob's Retro Rambles tries Airball on a Dragon 32 this week. I guess I'm stuck in theater mode. I don't know how to get out of it. That's okay. So I guess this is.
Yeah, so this is pretty cool. Like you can do a lot with semi-graphics
that.
mode.
Yeah, it's very colorful.
Who knew
Very colorful.
semi-graphics? This would be the year of semi-graphics.
That's right. Semi-graphics kind of life.
And there is a video demonstration, I think, on the next link that we'll be able to look at more closely.
Okay, there we go. I got confused. Yeah, so let's.
Yeah, Curtis Boyle
pretty
put together
short.
this list for us, so
Thank you, Curtis.
with cheap Canadian labor.
Boy, your YouTube suggestions are a little interesting.
This is an unsigned in user, so I don't know where it's.
Yeah. So anyway, just more games
How
you
to-
could do.
How to install an outhouse? Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
That'll
be
it all
that'll be our
together.
next segment.
Yep, this is Outhouse.
Ah,
I guess they're still in use in Canada.
oh yeah.
Yeah, Nick, you haven't asked to go use the outhouse during the show.
Well, okay, the links apparently are out of order with the what I have. Rob's Retro Rambles and Airball. Remember what I said last time? Same thing applies.
Yep, that's no problem.
Hello,
Oh, this guy. We love this
This is
guy.
Airball for the Dragon 32.
Yeah, we like this guy.
Well, it
with
will
the,
be
with
once
the
I type in.
comments and the.
Again.
Don't skip by all his funny comments.
Probably.
Well, this is a
exactly
15-minute
first.
video, so.
Yes.
Hey, Airball,
Hey, I
Micro
love the
Deal,
way the
CoCo,
lights
1987. Yes, it's another Micro Deal game. They've been all right so far, so I figured give them another go.
Woo! Music.
Ooh. Well, that's a bit fancy, isn't it? This bodes well. Let's zoom in so you can see.
Well, I just love that.
Snowboarding, my partner Craig McMorris. This event was just a pie-in-the-sky idea a season ago, and now it is must-watch television.
Some other audio is coming through.
Any better myself.
Nick, he's got music coming on Instagram.
You see these viral
What
clips
audio is
flying
coming
around.
through?
Nick, one of your other YouTube videos is playing.
Acrobatic surgery, but he was getting so much coverage.
Other tabs.
At the top, you have a tab that shows another video.
It's one of our favorite events.
One of the other tabs.
Yeah,
has
I don't know
music
which
video.
one.
You can write. No, it's
There,
the one
there's
with
a
the
little
there it
speaker
is.
icon on the tab.
Got it.
You can mute the tab if that ever.
Cats and dogs sleeping together. All right, mass hysteria.
You have auto. You want to
Riding
turn
for
off
toilet
autoplay.
paper at Costco.
Yeah.
All right, I tried to stop sharing sound. Did I actually do anything? All right, let's share again. Can you see that?
Yep.
All right.
Wizard from Wizard's Quest, in quotes. Okay, so there's another game before this. Oh well. Has turned you into a ball and sent you to the dungeons to find and return a spellbook so he can become a much more powerful wizard. Why'd you turn me into a ball if I'm looking for... You have to find the book before it can be turned
Yeah,
back
you guys
in.
gotta check this video.
I'm
He always
pressing fire and
he
trying
always
to
says little snarky
move.
things with which are hilarious.
There's your pal artifacting right there.
Joystick's not... Oh.
Look at
Is it
that! I've
joystick in
never
a
actually
different
seen
port?
it.
Only got the one here. I don't know where the other one got to. Come on out.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it's not as easy with these, is it?
No wonder they thought we were crazy.
Don't come out as
Looks
easily
a
as...
lot like an Apple II artifacting.
Sorry, 9-pin. Come on, where are you?
I'm not sure I understand why that happens. Why they
Adolf
Hitler?
I thought they would see
Edward Scio, Bob Yardley, Bill Shatner, Adolf Hitler, Steve Hadaway.
Hitler had a dragon.
Well, I wasn't expecting Adolf Hitler on the high score table. Press any key. Thank you.
Nobody expects Adolf Hitler.
Anyway, this video is very long. I don't know how much.
This way. Okay.
Oh, he's entering his name.
I better
Anyway,
have one
check
more
out the
go just to
video.
knock Adolf
It's,
Hitler off the high score
This
table.
guy's funny. And
Check out the video. He's funny.
any game that Hitler plays has got to be an interesting
Yes.
game.
I mean, what are the odds of that happening? I mean, that is great.
What were his parents thinking?
Yeah.
All right, and Downland has been ported to the
Downland.
Nintendo Switch in Super Mario Maker 2. So Super Mario
course.
Maker is a game where people can make custom Mario levels. And there's been some really interesting levels posted. So somebody recreated Downland using Super Mario Maker.
I thought it was only the other way
Okay.
around. We did Nintendo games on the CoCo.
Well, we're coming
So-
full circle, Mark.
That's right.
It's time to give back.
That's right. So
Do we
there
have
you
any
go.
video of it, or just an announcement?
No, it just seems to be an announcement on Atari Age.
Oh, it's very cool. Well, I hope it
So-
works out, and we'll stay on top of Atari Age and see if it happens.
And that does it for the news part of Game On. So now we'll talk about
Alrighty.
last week's challenge of the week, which
Let's
is
say quite a challenge
as you
it
know,
was, Nick.
was what am I doing here? Hold on.
Well, I'll talk about the game here while you're getting set up. So, Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar was the game, and a lot of people were concerned about this being a high score challenge. Now, when I went to the Radio Shack and actually tried it out in the store, I was not I was not too impressed, and I did not buy the game. But now that hindsight being 2020, I think I know one of our players was very, very impressed with it. I actually did start to get into it. It's a hard game, but it's more challenging than the typical CoCo game or the typical 8-bit arcade games were at that time. So bravo to Greg Zumwalt for a colorful game and really fast motion, real good arcade speed, and it is a lot of fun to play as long as you get over the learning curve. And I'm afraid for people like CV Stroh who don't want to read the manual, it may not be for you. But if
That's
you
just
can,
it.
Yeah.
Because I had the game as well. I actually owned a cartridge as a teenager, and I didn't play it. And if I read the manual, it actually explains it pretty well. Because the odd thing is, the very first level you start on is not a level; it's the lair, which you're supposed to. Which is the main objective of the game, is to capture Malcolm Mortar. So you start off in his lair, which is just a series of pillars, and there's nothing you can do in the first level because you don't have any bricks. So you just got to beeline for the exit.
Beeline for the
Then-
exit on the first level, so that's a pass.
Then
hey,
you
Nick,
start making.
You have
Sorry,
a
go
green
ahead.
screen up, and I don't know why, but
Oh, this is my background. I'm gonna bring up stuff.
oh, maybe just pull something up so it's not just a big green square.
Um,
But Ken Reichert is saying, I wasn't impressed with the game back in the day, but now after playing it, I still don't like it.
and that's fair. But I mean, I do actually think it's neat. But I mean, different people have different tastes in games, and that's totally cool. So
Okay.
And that's why you're wrong.
And that's why Jason Reichert is wrong.
Oh.
So here we have our list.
Team buzzard bait.
So we'll read through the list of participants, which is currently on the screen.
This is the wrong list, just so you know.
This is not the list of participants?
No, this is last week's.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, because I know Bryza wasn't. Unless there's a new list. Did CoCoMan come in 3? I doubt it.
No, this isn't this isn't the high score. This is the participants.
Oh, you just have them like randomly listed?
No, alphabetical.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut.
So this is the list of participants alphabetically, and then you're going to roll the video of the top 10.
I see how you're doing it.
So
Very
this
good.
is so I just threw this up because you didn't want the green screen. So rather than just read from it, I threw it up on the screen. So our list of participants. This is a well-oiled machine, guys. Obviously, the rehearsal has paid off big time. So anyway, our list of participants this week, we had 11, which is awesome. Because there was some learning curve with this game, and it definitely was one of the ones that people were a little hesitant to try. So this week we had Bryza, country music legend Buck Owens, whose real name is Steve, CoCoMan, David Croker, Ken Reichard, L. Curtis Boyle, Mr. Dave 6809, yours truly, Rob Inman, the Devil Bunny, who is Aaron from Migos Retro Gaming, and Tom C. Those were our participants. So if you could roll I'll stop sharing, and you can roll the list of
Okay, roll the actual top 10
top
from
10
number 10 to number
scores.
1.
All right, we'll figure this out. I didn't realize. Okay, so that's cool. So there was the list of participants and the scores.
And who was the winner again? Let's promote the winner.
Well, the person with the highest score. We won't say the winner, but the person with the highest score was, who was it? I can't remember. It was
Ken Reichard
Buck Owens.
asked if this segment will be renamed Buck Owens Corner.
We've joked about it, to be honest. Buck Owens is a very good player. Oh,
He's
can I share?
Human being, please.
I'm going to share because sharing is caring. So we did get a couple of tips in. Can you see that? So that was a winning strategy for. Oh, actually, I have a video. Let's see if I can show this.
Okay, so lots of helpful videos out there.
So here's Buck Owens winning the game.
Oh, he's winning the game. He trapped Malcolm.
All right.
So he did it with 5
65.
bricks. So yes, this is the Buck Owens tip of the week. So there is a screenshot of his trap. So he made a roundabout that he could make chase Malcolm around and trap him in.
That's the part I was just starting to learn. But that is very clever.
So he did it in 5 bricks, which I believe that would mean the first time you go through your first 3 levels, I believe you get 2 bricks, and in the next 3 levels you get 3. So I believe he would have had to play 5 normal levels to collect the number of bricks to do this. No, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And by the way, if you don't have enough bricks, you're screwed.
Yes. No. Every time you play the three levels, you collect gold bricks.
Yeah, but if you don't collect enough and you end up in the level, you're in trouble.
Buck Owens sent another tip in where in the later levels, when you spawn, there's very often a red guy right there. So as soon as you spawn, throw up a gold brick, a temporary brick, make sure that your way is clear, and then lay the dynamite and go. And laugh as he can't get you. Ha ha. So thanks for that tip. And then we also got another possible, this would have been a win if Mr. Dave could have done it, but he wasn't able to finish it. But this is another way of capturing them, which only needed 4 bricks. So that's another way. Yeah, this game was hard to score because your score was actually a combination of point accumulation and health. So you can end up with a really nice score, but then end up losing it all because you get shot by the red guy with porcupine quills. So that made this game a little challenging for our scoring purposes, but I do think it was a worthwhile game to play. Now that I understand how it works, I've got a new appreciation for it, and we'll probably play it more.
Yeah, I agree.
Does anybody else have any comments, either in chat or on the panel about?
Yeah, I could comment on the game.
Okay, please do.
I find it interesting because you sort of can gamble your points. Do you want to capture Malcolm or do you want to hang on till the next level? And you'll get more points for it, but he becomes harder to capture. He just gets smarter. He wants to avoid the traps. Um, it really gets difficult. You can just at the end of the levels burn off your gold bricks, just pile them up somewhere, and move on to the next stages. Keep trying, keep going for a bigger score.
Hmm.
So are you saying that Malcolm? So when I get to, I think, level 4 or 5 is when that first. I guess it's Malcolm, the dragon character.
Yeah, the little guy on the screen there chasing.
Yeah. So you're saying I can avoid him and I keep going?
Yeah, you can just use up your gold bricks and the gate will open. And
Okay,
let
well,
you on to the next
I
round.
had no freaking idea about that. So
Yeah, you
that
can just
is,
build an elaborate trap if you want.
so that means we have to redo the whole contest because
So
I
only
need it. I need
only
another week.
scores above 100,000.
You can see the score on the screen here is 2635. Now, if Malcolm would have been captured, you would have added 5,000 to that, and that'd be your final score, and it'd be game over. But if you want to try for another round, you go ahead, go pile your gold bricks somewhere, make a more elaborate trap if you want, and just keep doing those levels. And it's fun, but I mean, it gets frustrating at the end there when you have all your points banked up. And I mean, he gets fast and smart.
I believe the higher level you get to, the more bricks you collect. So as you progress through the game, it'll give you more and more bricks, so you can build a trap faster, like a more elaborate trap at an increasing rate.
Yeah, but he's smart. He doesn't want to go in them. He gets faster. Someone did a good job making this game.
Yes,
Greg Zumwalt.
It's got the risk reward factor.
So in this example, if you wanted to skip the level and avoid Malcolm, you'd have to get rid of. Oh, you have 2 more. You'd have to get rid of 2 more yellow bricks, right? You
Yeah, then the gate will open. They'll let you out, even if you don't trap them. So, and your bricks are saved till the next round. So if you want to lay down some bricks strategically, so up near a wall, make a hallway, you can put your bricks down. Then the gate will open because you're out of bricks, and then you go to the next round. And then when you come back to Malcolm's lair, your golden bricks are still there, waiting for you to build on.
See, that's confusing. Every 4th screen is actually his lair. So the very first screen is his lair empty, and you can't do anything because you have no bricks. So you just have to make a beeline for the exit. Then you do 3 regular levels, and then you return to his lair with whatever gold bricks you've collected and lay them. And then you exit, repeat, repeat until you've trapped him in the lair. So it's a bit of an unusual layout.
I thought the first level was just giving you, like, I could picture Tandy saying, like, Greg, you made it too hard. Let him pass. Let him pass the first level. So I thought it was just kind of like a,
Actually, you can get killed that first level if you run into Malcolm.
You could
and die.
if you run into.
So the strategy there is hug the walls. Just follow the walls.
Was that the Stevie Stroh level?
Yes.
So,
Or if
but
your
that
points
changes
run
everything.
out, you're dead.
Yeah, that changes
If you're
everything.
playing on a higher level and your points get knocked down there, the little red guys get you too much. But you don't have to be scared of the blue robot. He's actually fun. You can chase him around, or you can put a gray brick and he wants to come and destroy it. And you can trap him just by setting a brick. He's coming for it, but he's scared of you. So you can chase him into a corner. And I guess it was Buck whose strategy was saying to trap the little blue robot. Then you don't have to solidify, make any red bricks. You can just throw gray bricks to trap the red guys.
Yep. Yeah, I think I got that part down.
But easier said than done.
So I can understand this game is polarizing in its opinion. Some people like it, some people hate it. But I think once you dig into it, if you're lukewarm on the game and you dig into it, you may end up really liking it.
You just can't pick it up and play like an arcade game or like Space Invaders. It's not that type of game. You've got to actually read the manual or have someone explain to you, kind of, because now I know how to get past that level, and like I could totally redo this.
And apparently reading a manual is something that 16-year-old me just would not do.
I actually, well, yeah, that is absolutely true. I actually did read the manuals, but again, I never bought the game because I was turned off by playing it in the store. So,
I bought
you
the
know,
game. That's the thing that sucks. I bought it and just didn't play it because I was like,
see, if I had
so that's
bought it, I
really
would have read the
stupid.
manual.
Yeah, well, I had better things to do. I had time to read. I had better things to do.
Oh, and Retro Innovations has popped in. He says, I'm always scared of blue robots. He says, I always play to get chartreuse bricks and fuchsia bricks. They are the best. Okay.
Okay, someone kick Curtis Boyle out of the chat, please. He's saying disparaging things about.
Yeah, Curtis apparently has, so much free time to be in the chat, but he can't be in the show.
Get back to work. Stop trolling.
Ken is just okay. So he says Ken Reichert is just jealous because he sucks at it, and he likes buzzard bait, which means he has no taste.
See, that's just uncalled for. That's just like uncalled
That's a
for
personal
vitriol.
attack, I believe. Where
it is. It's a hate crime, actually.
But I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but
I would.
It's I believe he just gave Ken coronavirus. I think that's what he did.
So
Robert Murphy, sorry, just covering the chat.
Absolutely.
Robert Murphy saying it sounds like ET for the 2600 game of the CoCo world. Now that is hate speech.
Ouch. Yeah, that is uncalled for.
I think that's I think you crossed the line, Robert.
Yes. There is no landfill filled with these cartridges that I'm aware of.
I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Back to you, Nick Marotta.
So thank you to those who participated this week. Like I said, numbers were down a little bit, but that's okay. The thing is, with these games, you're going to get subjective tastes, and people will cling on one week, and another week may not be so enthralled. But that's totally cool. And the real one of the goals of this is just to try different games. And there are games I haven't tried. We've got one coming up in a couple of weeks that I totally forgot about. The name, didn't recognize the name, but then when I saw it, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that game. So it's all about discovery. So I think we've beat this one to death for this week. Unless anybody else has anything you want to pass on.
No, my only comment is that at some point we've got to get Buck Owens on the show to interview him, because we've got Mr. Dave and he is very, very good, and we're going to have him coming up in the next segment. But Buck Henry, or what's his
Buck Owens.
Buck Henry just died. But
yeah, Buck Henry was yeah. We should see if Buck Owens will bring his guitar on and play us a little tune at the same time.
So anyway, we bow down and we are not worthy. Thank you, Buck Owens.
Yes. All right. So now it's time to unveil next week's game of the week.
Oh boy.
You've been waiting. I think you'll like this one, Rob, because you actually mentioned it early on when we were conceiving of this segment. Our next game will be Mr. Dig.
That's a good one.
That would be the arcade clone of Mr. Do. And because this game has 3 selectable skill levels, and I remember level 1 being insanely easy, we're going to start on level 2, which is called hard.
Okay. Mr. Dig. I did talk about this because you know why? Because I'm not a big fan of the gameplay of Pump Man, which is the other.
Right.
That
was a Dig Dug clone.
So is this? Is not?
No, this is a Mr. Do clone. They're actually 2 separate games.
Oh, okay.
So in this, yes. So as you see, there's cherries. You can clear the board several ways. You can clear the board by just getting all the cherries. You can clear the board by killing the monsters. You can drop apples on them, just like you can drop rocks in Mr. Dig Dug. So it's a good game. You collect the letters to get extra, which is sort of similar to the Ladybug game we played a couple weeks ago. So we'll be playing this one on level 2, because level 1, I remember playing this as a kid, and I remember rapping, going to level, getting the screen 15, 16, whatever. So we'll play this one on level 2, which is called hard. But I played it, and it's not that hard. But it's harder than level 1. So you have all week to play that and get your scores in the Discord channel, and maybe we'll see if we can beat Buck Owens this week. I don't know who I'm voting for. I don't know whether to vote. I don't know whether to root for Curtis or Buck Owens, because Curtis has a lot of misinformation about buzzard bait. So I think between those two, I'm rooting for Buck Owens. But we'll see what happens. Or it could be somebody else. We could have a dark horse come in and take it all. You never know.
We could. And Robert Murphy is saying he also wanted to point out he was only saying about Malcolm and versus ET as the polarization part of it. He wasn't saying. So he's backtracking.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, is he running for office by any chance?
But it's true. It's true. The polarization part of it is accurate. And Robert also says he's working on a game port to the CoCo, so he's following this show to get player perspectives.
Interesting.
So Robert is developing, and he is. We thank him for that. And Amigos Retros Gaming, I love Mr. Do. I'm hoping it translates to this one, meaning the CoCo.
Oh, is that what John said?
He's saying Amigos Retros Gaming is saying that he loves the original game, and he's hoping
I believe that's
this
Boat of
one
Car who's on there today, and who is John
Okay.
from Amigos Retro Gaming. So yeah, I hope so too, because I know John was not fond of Donkey King, so it'll be interesting to see what he thinks of this one. So I don't mean to keep bringing that up. It is a bit of a thorn in my side, but it does make us mortal enemies, but that's okay.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
Mr. Dig, everybody.
Mr. Dig. So I hope you dig it.
And he's saying, does this work on the CoCo 3?
Yes.
Well, it works on any CoCo. This one.
We'll talk about that offline, but yes. there is a CoCo 3 version. We'll talk
Oh,
about
okay.
that
Well, I
offline.
mean, but you can use if you have a switcheroo, you just flip the switch, and you get your artifact colors.
Yes.
So.
And it works under VCC. Works under CoCo 2. So yes.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of those RGB conversions to PMO 3, so I don't even bother with that unless somebody really needs one. But if you have a switcheroo, you're in business.
Yes. So there we go. I hope you guys have fun with this one this week.
Yeah. So hey, Nick, before we go into our take a commercial break, did we want to talk about the most exciting news of the show, that there was yet another unintentional haiku?
Oh, I don't have
occurred last week.
Do you have it?
We don't have a introductory video for.
Oh, do you have the
segment.
actual? Do you have the image?
It's in Discord, and I'll show you where it is, so you can. Just share
hold on.
Actually, I tagged you, so it'll be one of your tags in Discord.
Is it in the news?
I believe it's CoCoTALK.
CoCoTALK lobby.
News. It's in news topic suggestions.
Okay, thank you very much. Crack. I don't know if you're producing it today. You're producing it, right?
Mark's the producer, but
okay,
as long as he keeps the show.
You're the director then.
Okay.
All right. So
I take no credit for this show.
So our dramatic haiku reading of the week.
That's right. Do you want to share that visual that Ben?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I lost my. Can you see that?
No.
Do you want to see it, or do you want me to just read it?
I would like to see it because Ben.
Okay, then I will share again. Yes, because there's an image that goes with it. Share screen 2. All right.
Okay.
This week's
so
unintentional haiku.
Can you click on it to make it bigger?
Yes.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an unintentional haiku. Take it away, Nick.
It's a small temple, so it doesn't include the L. Curtis Boyle.
Thank you, Bendrix, for noticing when we accidentally post poetry. And if for more poetry like that, join us on Discord. I've posted the link in the chat. And we'll be back with acquisitions and Mr. Dave 6809. Let's go to commercial, Mr. Mark.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Bruce Moore, and this is Jacob Moore. Gotcha. And we are the Forest of Doom guys, and the CoCo Forever guys, and we are CoCoFEST, and we love Stevie Stroh.
Imagine a different world. A world where Tandy Corporation has the upper hand. Where the CoCo surpassed all competitors. And all you have to do is travel back in time without making a single mistake. CoCo Forever.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
You definitely earned this office.
Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
You want to grab some food before we head back and look at that Alt Reality OS9 module?
It's only 40 years past due, but yeah, sure.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
What's going on, everybody? Stevie Stroh, and I want to say thank you for continuing to watch and listen to CoCoTALK. We love doing this show. We think we put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better with your help. So if you would like to send a feedback, a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love to hear from you.
Let the Radio Shack TRS-80 put the world of color computing into your home. Instant loading program packs turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more. The color computer is an educational aid, a home management tool, an up-to-the-minute electronic information service. The programmable, expandable TRS-80 color computer from $399 only at Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers.
Hi everybody, this is Siri, Apple's personal assistant and beatbox professional. You're watching CoCoTALK with the original gamer, Stevie Stroh.
You're off, Siri. I was here first.
In a second, so.
All right. Welcome back. Do you want to talk about Bruce first or the game?
No, we've got some breaking news on the Nintendo Switch conversion for
that real quick, and
Downland.
then we'll get to Bruce.
Yes, and then we'll get to Bruce.
Because we're just going to show a link. We have a link. We have a link for the Downland conversion. Is that what it is?
Yes, we do. Mr. Mark, can you stop sharing sound for a second? Thank you. Okay, and we will go to, let me know if you can.
Oh, Rob's here.
Yes,
Excellent.
we can see this.
Okay, good stuff.
So, okay, so this is the game.
So is there a link
that is being converted using the Mario Maker 2 on the Nintendo Switch. So now, how much would you pay now, Nick Marotta?
Oh, $27.
Well, it looks a lot. Look what he did here with the Downland, written in blocks.
Yeah, it's cool.
And he's got the acid drops. I don't know if they actually drop anything, but he's got the vines. He's using, instead of, he has doors with locks. and using pipes because it is a Mario game. But this is very cool. Look at how complicated he's recreating. I remember this level. Do you, Nick?
No, I haven't played Downland that much yet, to be honest. That wasn't what was on my radar.
But look at this guy. He just
It
keeps
looks very
creating
cool,
more
though.
and more of it. So it's very cool. He used a tool that's available, and he's just using Downland as a guide for all of these maps.
So if you have a Switch and you have Super Mario Maker 2, you can get this level. Did you see there's a link to it somewhere?
I don't know if it's available yet, or if it sounds like he's
You
just
probably have
showing
to
the
download
screen.
it. You probably have to download it in the game itself. I don't know how Super Mario Maker works. I don't have it, but I imagine if you submit it to the community or whatever, you can download it from within the game itself. I would imagine.
Yeah, I do believe that the Switch has a community, a marketplace where you can download.
Yes. So we did, yeah.
So that's all I have, and
Okay, and
I believe
one
you.
more piece of news. We have D. Bruce Moore with us. We talked earlier about the book, the beautiful. We're very impressed book that you will be selling.
Yeah, let's talk to Bruce about the book. Oh my goodness, and then Mr. 689 after that. But
we did have a question about the book. Can people who are not going to CoCoFEST buy the book?
Yes, it is certainly possible to do that. But like I was trying to communicate, it's really expensive to make these things.
Yes, you got a discount.
Yeah,
because
like
of CoCoFEST.
Yeah. So this, this is my proof copy that I made, and I paid US $42 plus change to get a proof copy. So I mean that's hey, it's worth it. But at the same time, if we can get 10 or more copies, the price drops significantly. And so I think I was quoting $30, right?
Yes.
Deliver at CoCoFEST. So essentially you get it delivered to you there. But I mean, if you wanted one of these, and you went part as a group buy, but you weren't coming to CoCoFEST, I guess you'd have to pay for the extra shipping. I'd have to mail it directly to you.
Yes.
But otherwise, yes, you certainly can get it. And there's I didn't mention the video, but there is places in the back for signatures. So if you are at CoCoFEST, you can collect autographs. That'll be pretty.
Right.
So this is my CoCo, like that is my CoCo right there. This photograph, this guy.
Wow.
This is my original. There we go. My original 40-year-old CoCo. It's the real thing. Most of the photos in here are like of my hardware. Most of them. So
you charge extra to have Ken Reichard not sign it.
I don't know if you noticed it, but there's a Nightmare Highway does make an appearance in there.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's there. So, yeah.
Well, thanks for putting all that work into it, and that's going to be exciting for people to have something memorable to take home.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it looks awesome. You are a man of many medias. Media's already plural, so I guess you're just media, right?
It's almost like you're the king of all media.
Well, I believe he likes to be a duke. I believe he wanted a duke or earl. Which was
You know what? I think Maestro actually.
Oh, Maestro!
Nicer.
It was Maestro.
Okay.
You got all the M's then that way.
Well, you got to wear a tux then.
Well, that's okay.
Or a Canadian tux. A Canadian tux will work.
Okay.
Is that like a Canadian tux?
Blue jean jacket? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Blue jean jacket and plaid shirt?
Yeah, I've done it. Just put a little bow tie and away you go.
Yeah.
So can you review how to place an order for one?
Email me, coco@gracenote.ca. And I guess what I'm hoping to do is to get PayPal payments of $30 each, assuming we get at least 10. I mean, if I don't get 10, then I guess maybe I would refund, and anybody who wants to, pay for the higher, I don't know. Basically, you just got to figure it out, kind of on the fly. But coco@gracenote.ca, and we can definitely work out all that stuff.
Okay, if there's enough orders, it'll be $30 for each edition. Contact Bruce at coco@gracenote.ca.
That's it.
Thank you, Bruce, for everything you do for the community.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other commercials? Mark, do you want to come back with Mr. 6809?
Okay. You want to run the next
Do you
commercial?
have any other new commercials left?
Well, I mean, we've only run 3, and we've got up to 10.
Is this a surprising question that I'm asking you? Are you surprised?
Roll the next commercial block.
Why don't you just roll them all and we can call it a day?
There you go. See, Bruce should direct this show. Just roll another commercial and we'll come back with Mr. 6809, Dave.
Okay.
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale priced for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At GSoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALK.
We will return after these messages.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex, we think it works, so will you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Oh, I remember that Christmas. Dad gave me my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack. What memories. This Christmas, we got our son's Color Computer 3 from Radio Shack. It hooks right up to our TV and was on sale for less than $130. The Color Computer 3 makes learning fun. Jimmy even lets me use it for word process when he isn't playing computer games. Lucky I still got my shortwave.
Save $70 on the sale-priced Color Computer 3, only at Radio Shack.
Hey, this is Bruce Moore, author of Force of Doom, and you're watching the original gamer, Stevie Stroh.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017. if you dare.
This is Ken Reichert, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to CoCoFEST.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
CoCoFEST edition. Still low resolution. Still digital to analog converted sound. More machine language. And basic.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Now includes the power of Terry to clear the road ahead.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Limited physical editions available for purchase at CoCoFEST.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
All of my games are included as an alleged bonus, including my failed 4th Rainbow Adventure Contest entry previously unreleased. For a reason.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Now you've really paid too much.
Nick marionettes on electricity.
Crikey! Electricity's a fad. The biggest market is with open flame.
Brought to you by Nitrous 9, Ease of Use Edition. Hashtag OS9 Forever.
All right.
Okay,
We're back.
We're back, and we're I think I heard an echo. Hey everyone, we're back. I'll just introduce the next segment, and I just wanted to mention though, we saw a commercial for Nightmare Highway. Ken Reichert in the chat reminds you that Nightmare Highway CoCoFEST edition will be $10 if signed by the author, and $15 if not signed by the author. So there you have it. So thanks, Ken.
So it's cheaper to get him to sign it.
Yeah.
Will that version be sold outside of CoCoFEST?
I think I don't know the answer to that, but Ken, let us know if we'll be able to download this or if we're required to pay.
Wait a minute. Wait. He's giving us $10 and $15. Is that what you're saying?
I think he's talking about the physical copies.
Oh.
At the yeah, you will actually have to pay money, but it is less if he signs it.
It devaluates it.
That's right. That's right.
Compare it to $40. It's much less than $40. It's a bargain.
It's exactly. Well, something that is definitely a bargain. A man that knows a little bit about technology and hardware and software, and we're lucky to finally have him here on the panel. He is the original creator of the High Score Challenge that has taken the CoCo community by storm. And his name, he's known as David Sharon, as well as Mr. Dave 6809. And I guess I'm looking at your real name, David Veery.
Yeah,
and he's here. He's here. He's
From
not
Canada.
He's not sitting at home.
Live in the flesh.
He's not on his couch. Well, he might be. But the point is he's decided to jump in with both feet.
No couch shaming.
That's right. Dave, well, how are you? And tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got interested in the color computer and how you got to this point and being involved in our show.
Okay, well, first up, I'm always good. That's a given. I upgraded to a CoCo 2. Oh man, back in the 80s after being limited by the TI 994A. Nice machine, but it was just too slow. So I got into the CoCo 2 and then quickly got into the CoCo 3. And then we upgraded to OS 9, had a good time with that. And then I didn't see a CoCo for about 30 years. So I started back in November got myself a CoCo 2, and I said, you know what? I can make this a good computer, actually a daily use computer that I want to be able to do email and everything on.
Okay.
So
I'll let that one go. You can turn it into a good computer. Okay, I'll let that one go. It'll slide. Slide.
Well, I wanted to bring it Y2K ready. Was
I'm just teasing
my
you.
joke.
I'm kidding. Just
But
don't give
anyway,
Rob any don't give Rob any ammunition. That's all.
Oh, okay. So I think you have some hardware projects that we're going to show, and I'm set up to kind of share some of this. Now, some of these videos are a little bit long, so we'll share the link in the chat, but maybe you and I can walk through kind of what the highlights are.
Yeah, you can skip there's a 3-part video there. You can skip that one, but there's some smaller ones.
Okay, so I have the lineup that you gave me. And Mark, if you could release the controls, I will go ahead and share. Okay, I think this is what I want. Okay, Dave, can you see this screen?
Yeah, that's the one to start with. I'll definitely
Okay.
be.
So prep us a little bit, and then I'll skim through the video. But what are we about to see?
Okay, so I found well, you missed the stuff that hit the cutting room floor. I wanted to put an updated keyboard on my CoCo, so I took a hacksaw to 101 keys, and it might have worked, but then I found that you could get a 60% keyboard that looks like it would fit right in the hole for a CoCo 2. The problem is they're USB. The CoCo doesn't know anything about USB. So I ordered the keyboard, and I started working on a conversion to go from USB to the CoCo.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to play the video, we'll see a little bit what it's like.
Okay. Do we need the audio or your phone? It's fine.
Yeah,
without.
you may as well.
No, I don't think I'm connected to the audio.
Oh.
So I don't think you're going to hear that. But why don't we? Well, we have you. Why do we need your recording?
Okay.
So just tell us what you're doing.
Okay. Well, first up, I got on CoCoTALK back in December, and I asked around to see if I could get rid of the green screen. And Stevie said you could have any color you want as long as it's orange or green.
That's right.
So I got into the ROM and rewrote the ROM so that my CoCo would start with an orange screen rather. So you can see on the video, I have a lot of hotkeys on the keyboard. So that's an RGB mechanical keyboard. With one touch, I can pull up a real-time clock. I can pull up the date. I can get instant hotkeys. There's no program currently running on the CoCo in this video. You see the SDC, but I'm just running right from the command prompt. So I can play MIDI files, which I can play MIDI files. I can
What
play.
was the first at the beginning when you're typing in these commands? Are you typing them into like okay? So how did that happen? Oh, you have a hotkey, and that
yeah.
So where are you going now? So command is what? A program?
Well, I have a little key that I hit the alternate key, and it gives me a special command prompt that lets me do some powerful tasks that I wrote in Python. And that is what's giving my CoCo a little bit of boost. As you can see, I have a little wireless keypad that I can use with a mouse on it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a USB mouse and port.
Oh, so those are commands you built into your USB interface.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I tried to convert the USB signals into something the CoCo would use, and I realized that there's so much that I wanted to do. It's going to take up all my time. So I grabbed my $35 Raspberry Pi. I stuck it in the CoCo, and from there I built an interface that converts all the USB signals or anything that the Raspberry Pi is doing can get fed into my original CoCo 2. Like right now, the CoCo 2 doesn't know it's getting its information from the Raspberry Pi. It's coming in right through the keyboard interface.
Okay.
So you can see on the video, I can type in, I can use pretty much any USB device that I want on it. In the video, I'm showing off the little effects of my keyboard.
Yeah, the effects. Okay, so there is a Raspberry Pi in here somewhere.
Yep.
And that's the interface. Okay.
That's the interface. So I did put a USB port on the CoCo that I can plug in devices into. It's a 6309 and 6809 CoCo, and it's running pretty much stock ROMs, except that I did get it set up that the Raspberry Pi and the CoCo can talk to each other through data addresses and pass information back and forth. So if my CoCo needs help doing something, let's say playing a JPEG video, a JPEG image or something, you could ask the Raspberry Pi for it, and the Raspberry Pi will. The Raspberry Pi is there to help the CoCo.
Yeah, but it's not a Raspberry Pi in a CoCo case. It's a real CoCo. It's just connected between the keyboard and the, and the CoCo, and so that's very unique. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, the Raspberry Pi. There's a lot of empty space in the CoCo computer under the keyboard and all over the place. So you could put pretty much anything in there. The CoCo doesn't know that there's a Raspberry Pi in there. It's running. It's running original, Microsoft software. Pretty much original anyway.
So it's not just a co-processor; it's a co-computer.
Yeah, it's a smart interface. It's really helping out the CoCo.
But boy, if the CoCo knew that a Raspberry Pi was in there, that CoCo would be mad.
Yeah, if it knew it had a 700 megahertz
hey,
friend in there.
put a Raspberry Pi in here.
Can you switch back to a green screen?
Yeah, I can. There's actually another small video that demonstrates when I put in the dual CPUs, I made them switchable using the channel 3, channel 4 switch. And I also put in a double size EEPROM, so I could switch ROMs in it too. So one of the ROMs defaults to the regular screen.
Do you want me to jump to the dual CPU?
Sure.
Okay, we'll do that one. So, oops, gotta go to the beginning. Okay, so you can see we're still on the orange screen, extended color basic. CPU 6309, now how'd you do that? 2020? What sorcery is this?
Yeah, I got a little help on with my friends at Discord on how to hack the ROMs and stuff and rewrite some assembly code. So I did modify that ROM a little bit, but you can see in the video here that there's the 2 CPUs and 2 ROMs, and they're switched together. So I didn't need that channel 3, channel 4 switch in the back, so I hijacked that switch, and I use it to select which way I want the computer to boot, original 6809 or my version.
Mm-hmm.
So is this plugged into the CPU socket?
The
a board?
The Raspberry Pi board, I could show you a picture when I get to share. The Raspberry Pi board is sitting in there, and it's getting its information fed in through the original keyboard matrix connector. So where the keyboard, I use the GPIO pins of the Raspberry Pi, and I input them into the keyboard matrix slot. So I wrote, a little bit of a program in Python and stuff to change all the keys,
So how do you have both processors in there? Do you have them stacked?
Yep, they're stacked, and you can use one pin. If you don't connect one of the pins, you can make it selectable. Pin 39 will be selectable.
Is that like the
now
home
you're going
line?
to see it. It's like a chip select line. I forget what's the official name. So there it is under regular normal boot.
So you painted the
Okay.
case black, right?
Yeah.
I wish we could see it in daylight, what it kind of looks like. The
Yeah.
keyboard and all.
I think you have.
It's so dark.
It's
It's
another
dark.
little video. Yeah. It's another little video you can show of, it's like a 15-second video of a serial interface to,
Yeah. So I have MIDI and I have the I2C.
well, the
Which
MIDI,
would?
well, the MIDI would be nice if you had sound working,
Oh, because it's sound.
but
Okay. Yeah. Well, this was had to throw this up, but can you describe to us kind of how the setup is? I think we know what MIDI kind of sounds like, but
okay. Well, here I have a Korg Volca FM, a little, it's sort of like a Yamaha DX7 clone in a little box. So I use the USB to MIDI converter. I plug it into the MIDI port on the CoCo, and I was playing MIDI, but anyway, without the sound.
yeah, it says the Raspberry Pi the Raspberry Pi is involved, is it not?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Because okay, what's the
Anything
Raspberry
going
Pi?
through the USB is. I'm using the Raspberry Pi MIDI functions. There's a lot of stuff on Raspberry Pi that's easy to use. Images, MIDI, JPEGs, video. So all these higher functions, I don't even, stress out the poor CoCo for that. I just let the Raspberry Pi take the commands from the CoCo and say, oh, you want to do this? No problem.
Okay, and then the Raspberry Pi will talk to the Korg. Or
Yep.
no?
The Raspberry Pi. Yep.
But the CoCo is also talking? No, because the CoCo is talking to what's coming out of the CoCo, the back of the CoCo? MIDI signal?
No, on the back of the CoCo, I was going to hijack the cassette port and change it to a CoCo, change it to a MIDI port because it's the same connector. But I'd rather use the USB cable that you see there because I can have MIDI in and out, all on the one cable.
So you could do MIDI out, but yeah, by going through USB to the Raspberry Pi to the CoCo keyboard interface, then you have in and out capability.
Yeah, my CoCo, it also has a shortcut inside that it can internally talk to the Raspberry Pi without the keyboard. They can, I'm working on that communication now, so they can talk back and forth. And so what I'm going to do is change the ROMs. I'm going to change the old play command in Extended Color Basic. So I'm going to change that to be play. It's going to play actually MIDI notes,
Okay.
I'm going to get rid of some of the functions I don't like.
So how is that going to interface with, how is the play command going to talk to the, so it's going to talk to the Raspberry Pi just through the keyboard like normal.
Well, yeah, once you type in the play command, I'm going to change the ROMs to work on I'm giving the Raspberry Pi an address up in the IO, up in the FFs there. It will have its own address that the CoCo will be able to pass data back and forth. I want the data, the CoCo to be able to read all the data that's on the Pi and vice versa. It would be nice if they could, if the Pi had access to the CoCo's disk drive and all that stuff.
Okay, but the CoCo obviously won't know. We'll just run the play command as usual if you don't change the ROM. So you're going to change that. That's how that works.
Yeah, I'm going to change the ROMs. And fortunately, someone pointed out to me that the CoCo 2 can run in an all RAM mode. So I don't have to keep reprogramming the EEPROM every time I want to do a test, which is what I was originally doing. Yeah, so now I'll be able to just test the ROM with just running it in RAM mode.
Or you could get a CoCo 3, get a real CoCo.
Well, if all goes well, in about 2 weeks, my CoCo 2 will be able to emulate a CoCo 3 quite easily.
Cool.
What? How is that going to work?
Well, I have coming out of the CoCo in the back, I have an HDMI port as well.
Okay, and that's coming from the Raspberry.
Yep.
All right. Well,
And the
let's
Raspberry can do CoCo 3.
Okay. Well, we'll save that as a teaser. So
I got a
go ahead, Rod.
question. So, how much do you have invested in this thing?
The keyboard was the gift from my wife, so that saves $60 right there. And the Raspberry Pi is about $35. So there was a couple chips, some shift registers that I had laying around to change the data over from the Raspberry Pi to something that CoCo understands. Now the CoCo keyboard is really simple. It's like mechanically, it's like the easiest thing in the world. Then you have the PS2 keyboards, a little more complicated, but the signal is easy. Then you have USB keyboards, which is sort of like War and Peace. It sends a lot of data. It's really a handful to try and deal with a USB signal for an 8-bit computer.
That's why you keep it to the Pi, right?
Yeah, I let the Pi deal with that. And then in the Pi, I turn it into 8-bit data, and then I serve it up to the CoCo. 8 bits at a time. Here you go.
So the Pi becomes the keyboard translator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I had to write a program. Well, first I had to learn how to write programs in Python. I never used it. And Linux, I have no idea. So I had to learn that. And Rick Adams and Dave Phillipson and some guys helped me out on Discord with that. So I want to thank them. Mark Overholzer, he helped me with some Python code as well. I really didn't know what I was doing, but I caught on quickly and I was able to, okay, I press the H key. Well, what I want to do is turn that into 8-bit data for the CoCo keyboard. And I would spit that out on the GPIO pins. But now the CoCo has access to everything. It has access to everything the Pi does. It has this real-time clocks. There's internet, whatever I want, Bluetooth. It's really an all-in-one interface having the Raspberry Pi in there.
So you have Linux running?
Yep.
So Linux runs a GUI?
Yeah, it's like a, what do they call it? Raspbian OS or something. It's sort of a Linux.
So it's kind of like our CoCo 3 Pi.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I'm not emulating the CoCo. The CoCo is running. I mean,
yeah, it's there working.
It's there working, but it can get data from the Pi, and it needs the Pi to get the keyboard information.
Now, can you put an SDC right in there and access that?
I'm sorry, access it from where?
CoCo SDC, can you just plug it in to the side like a normal CoCo?
Yep. Oh yeah.
And it's all accessible.
Yep. The CoCo runs absolutely like the way Dave was born, except it's got a 6309. It runs the original cartridges. The only difference is it gets some help from the Raspberry Pi. So I can play MP3s. I've patched in the two audios together. So the audio out.
Are you going to the CoCoFEST?
Not for a while.
No. This would be something cool to see in real life.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Plus, are
I
you
like
thinking
it. I mean,
about?
I use it. That's my computer.
You thinking about selling a package? You know, like if somebody
Well,
was interested.
I would definitely sell a kit if someone wants to do this or wants some help.
Yeah, that would be cool. I know. I mean, that's what Alan Huffman was doing with his CoCo Wi-Fi. He actually posted all the parts and the firmware and the Amazon links, so you could just build it yourself. I was fortunate
Can I share,
to go
Rob?
Yeah, you want me to show the last video you had?
Yeah, you can show the last video and let me share just a few little sketches.
And then we'll turn it over to you. Yeah. So tell us what's going on here.
Okay, this was my. Well, it's a very
quick.
short video.
It's only 12 seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm just repeating on it on a loop here. But what are you typing in, and what is this interface device?
Okay, this was my first attempt. This is a serial port to Arduino interface. So I hacked the serial port, the bitbanger port on the back, and put it to an Arduino. And now I have I2C signals out. So that's a little I2C LCD screen. And this is accessible with just using a print using command.
Okay.
So I made a little video series on people if they want to learn how to do this kind of stuff. Because once you have the serial data into Arduino, well, then you can do whatever you want, right? You have I2C. If you want a real-time clock, if you want any modern device.
Okay. Do you want me to stop sharing so you can take over?
Sure.
Okay. There you go.
I'm gonna look here.
So what's your background? How did you learn how to do this stuff? I mean, are you into?
Yeah, I was always into electronics. My dad used to bring me back equipment he would find full of, different components, and I would be playing with that since I was a kid. I did go to college for a little while in electronics, but ended up switching to a different kind of work. And I recently got back into it as a hobby. So on this little sketch, you see how the Raspberry Pi is sitting in the CoCo. I'm using GPIO pins over. They plug right in where the keyboard matrix ribbon cable would plug in. I have a little bit of serial data up at the top going back and forth between the Pi and the CoCo. And here we can plug in a USB mouse, keyboard, wireless, whatever you want. I'll look for another one.
Hey, over in the chat, Robert Murphy's asking the question, how are you providing power to the Pi?
I decided to let the Pi use its own power pack, not to load down the poor CoCo. I was pretty worried I was going to set fire to this poor machine, all the soldering I did in it. Here's some pages out of my old CoCo 3 manual showing how the original keyboard is made. It's just literally polling one set of rows, and then you press on and it lines up for the column. So I made that circuit on the right using some shift registers and the chip called the 4066, which is sort of like an OR gate. It's not that complicated. What else we got?
Okay, I'm posting the links to the other videos. And if you like the video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe. I think that's what all the YouTubers say.
So does that sit under the keyboard?
Yeah, did you get the image? I
Yeah.
put it up.
Yeah, we can see it.
This one is right near the power supply. So that's where my Raspberry Pi sits. And then I still have a lot of GPIO pins. I can do a lot of stuff with that. And the keyboard, the USB keyboard cables are running under the motherboard of the CoCo.
What Raspberry Pi is this?
It looks like a 3.
3, yeah.
The reason why I knew it was a 3 is because if it was a 3B, the 3B plus or 4, it would have had the Wi-Fi. Well, actually, no, it's
it could be a B, yeah.
No, it's a looks like it's a 3B plus because I see the Wi-Fi built into it.
Okay, yeah, it does have Wi-Fi.
And there was a question in the chat, Dave. Is anything stopping this from being put into a Dragon?
No, I don't see why not. Um, I think the codes are the same for the keyboard scanning. If your keyboard, I mean, you could always modify the design, right? I basically looked at the keyboard and said, okay, I need to reproduce this to. I was going to hack the actual software and send in the USB keyboard into up into the RAM and the data and stuff like that. And Dave Phillipson threatened that his programs on OS 9 would run too fast for my stuff.
No.
So I said, okay, I'll put it in the way the CoCo was meant to get its information. I said I'll put it right in the keyboard slot, and then I mean, so the Raspberry Pi, when I hit the letter A, it sends out a signal, and it's simulating someone pressing the A button on the keyboard. So that's how I get all my hotkeys. I can hit like F1, and it prints okay, load from drive 0 or whatever.
Oh, Al Hartman points out that the Dragon keyboard does have a slightly different matrix, so you would have to make those changes to the.
Yeah, that would be easy to do.
Yeah, but that would be easy. Yep.
So could you run a software program and go on a BBS doing telnet?
Could I do what?
Go on a BBS using telnet and like netmate off of the SDC.
Like, are you just connected to the internet? Where if you ran any,
He
like,
says it has. He says it has, Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah.
So, do you have it so that it's accessible to the CoCo?
Yeah, I can give the CoCo any information that I want. As my program evolves, I'll be able to let it have more and more access to the Raspberry Pi. I started off, just giving it the time, the date, the ability to play MP3s, then MIDI files. I can do JPEGs. But my next project will be to mix the video in from the Raspberry Pi and the CoCo all together. So it's one image. Because right now I fire up the Raspberry Pi and I just forget about it. I just start using the CoCo. But, sometimes I use two monitors and I'll write the program in Python and then test it out, let the CoCo talk to it.
So can you actually boot the CoCo and without the Pi on? You can't do that, can you?
Well, it'll boot, but it won't get any key information whatsoever.
Right. Okay.
It'll be sitting there. It needs the Raspberry Pi on to get the data from the keys.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
So this project will keep going, and you mentioned email, so that poses an interesting dilemma for you with the CoCo 2, because how are you going to read email on a 32 column screen? So is that something you said you wanted to have everything all on one device, but how are you going to deal with 32 columns?
Well, I went and picked up on Amazon a HDMI, a composite to HDMI upscaler. And of course, the Raspberry Pi has an HDMI output that I'm really not using for the CoCo features. So I want to put the two of them together and let the sort of mix the Raspberry Pi video and the CoCo video all in one.
Oh, okay.
And that will allow me to do my CoCo 2 will then be able to emulate a CoCo 3.
Okay, well, my head's about to explode on that one. You're gonna have to come back and talk to me how that, because the other thought would be, and I'm very interested to see how you're gonna emulate the CoCo 3. But if you did get an actual CoCo 3, you would have the 80 columns, and you could just feed in, whatever you wanted from the Raspberry Pi, including having an email program.
Oh yeah, I should be able to get it to do anything. But really, I wasn't trying to be extravagant. I was trying to be economical. Like, there's a lot of stuff I wanted my CoCo to do, And if I would have had to start buying a board to convert the keyboard, if I would have had to start to buy a board to do this, to do that, like that's a lot of modules, a lot of stuff. So in one shot with one $35 Raspberry Pi, I can do it all.
Yep.
And I had the Raspberry Pi sitting there, and I really, I did a lot of work with Arduinos, and I hadn't really touched the Raspberry Pi yet. I wanted to learn it, and this was a great project for really. I had to learn a lot. I had to relearn assembly. I knew nothing. I was bugging the hell out of Curtis Boyle on Discord. I had to get a lot of advice, and but I got it.
Well, you did a great job.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
really
you.
Unique. It's very useful. I mean, it's one thing to just put a Raspberry Pi in a case, which is very cool. But this is a step beyond that, which is. So I hope you continue developing it and hopefully make it available. I mean, this might be the one way we'll get a real-time clock, because I'm still waiting.
Oh my, that was the first thing I put in.
Yes, of course. It's always the first thing you put in. For any other computer, it's the first thing you put in, except for our computer.
I had bought real-time clock modules to use with the Arduino and wire in, and like I said, things became complicated. Like it would have taken up most of my winter where I have the most available time to build all these things,
Cool. Well, thanks for. Oh, go ahead, Ron.
Well, so why did you choose the CoCo to do this? Is this what you brought up with a CoCo, or had you thought about using a different machine in the future, or?
Well, actually, I wanted to build my own computer using a 6309 and a TI video card. Well, the video chip from the TI computer, because that chip was really not utilized to its fullest back in the day. It can do a lot. And I thought I'd make my own computer, and I thought it'd be easier if I had a CoCo, so I could use that kind of environment. I could learn to program the 6309. And then I just got sidetracked. I started fixing up my CoCo, making it better, upgrading a lot of stuff. So yeah, it looks like it got out of hand. It really didn't. It's going to get out of hand when I decide to make the CoCo 3 emulator use the cartridge port. Then at this point.
Are you going to use a like MAME emulator in Linux?
Yeah. I was talking to Rick Adams about that, and they have it all set up already.
Yeah, Ron Klein might be able to help you.
That's
too.
right. Yeah, I spoke to Ron Klein about that already.
Yeah.
I would need it. Right now they have it as a full boot. You put in, it takes up the whole SD card. I still need to run my programs, and I'd like to keep it as an option,
You want to keep it under half a terabyte?
Well, why don't we do this? Because we can continue to talk about this project, which is fascinating. So why don't you run the credits and go right into CoCo Caboose, and we'll see if we have any other questions for Dave.
All right, sounds good.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTalk would not exist without the community, its past, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Diffendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTalk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
The CoCoTalk train wreck is over, and we welcome you to the last surviving car. Join us in Zoom for CoCoTalk Caboose, a recap of today's show. CoCoTalk Caboose starts now.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's
Hello.
I'm still here.
hello. I want to thank Christopher Hawks of Hawksoft, our special guest today on the show. What else are we thankful for? We're thankful for D. Bruce Moore and his 40th anniversary surprise. Don't forget to order your copy at coco@gracenote.ca. And what else are we thankful for, Nick?
We're thankful for everybody who joined us in YouTube and Facebook. And
Absolutely. Let's
on the
talk about a
panel,
few of those people. We got Mr. Ben Drakes. We had so many people. Canadian Retro Things was in the chat.
He was very grateful that we brought up his story today.
How about that? A famous YouTuber, Canadian Retro. We had Mikey. We had Ken Reichert, Dave, 6809, James Jones.
We'll have 25 zombies on YouTube.
Amigos
Of
Retro
course.
Gaming was here.
Of course, with Tim Franklin, Paul Fiscarelli, Amigos Retros Gaming, you mentioned. Al Hartman chimed in a few times with some good information. Shideru Pro, I don't know who that is, but boy, the list of Robert Murphy's been very active in the chat. Very excited about Dave's project.
You see Ken's question?
Ken's
chat.
Robert has really good taste.
Yeah. And Ken says, does D. Bruce book audio come in an audio version? Well, boy, that you'd have to, you know what, Ken? You'd have to email coco@gracenote.ca to find out.
This book brought to you described video.
Did I mention coco@gracenote.ca? I think I did.
On the left page, there's a picture of a CoCo. It is silver. It has chiclet keyboard.
Yes.
How would you do an audio book of that is what I want to know.
Read by the author.
So Retro Innovation says, I only read those books for the article. Is there a text-only version of Bruce Moore's book? Well, I think we've got some requests. And you know what, Jim? The way you find it out is by emailing, help me, panel,
CoCo@gracenote.ca.
Thank you.
Is there a version of the book with a centerfold? Maybe that's the converse question.
Well, yeah, it depends on what centerfold is showing.
Oh,
I know
Oh,
that
I gotta have
Blue-
that CoCo centerfold.
one
blueprint,
centerfold I always like
schematics.
to see is David Ladd.
CoCo
Hey,
3
David
with a
Excuse
Ladd.
hard
me.
drive.
I don't know what that means.
Centerfold, a CoCo 3 with a hard drive.
Oh, jeez.
No, I've got to see the nice fold
Okay.
out with the PIAs and the gimme and
We're
the,
now
the
approaching After
ROMs
Dark.
and oh
Hey,
what?
Mark,
The
I
chips
have an
are
schematic.
all
idea.
completely laid out on that fiberglass panel.
Laid out.
Mark,
Oh
I
yeah.
have an idea
Do you
that's
like to
going to
lay
get
out
you
chips
really
there,
excited.
What's
David?
that?
How about a CoCo that communicates with a Raspberry Pi via the keyboard Mylar? How about that? There's your centerfold.
There's an idea. I wonder if someone's done that yet.
Centerfold.
Yes. The man who did that is here, Dave. Anything else that you wanted to talk about that we didn't get to on this project, or any final thoughts you have for the show?
Found a couple of pictures if I could share.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Incoming sharing.
Hang on, my cat wants in.
Do you have any concern that when machines rise against us, that your CoCo will be among the first to do so? Because I'm pretty
I
scared.
hope so.
Because I live kind of close to it. I don't want to see your freaking CoCo coming down the street.
Are you asking
You won't
if
see it coming.
if his CoCo has become
Oh!
self-aware?
I won't see it coming. That's even better. Well, I don't
Okay.
know. Like,
Do you have this image? I don't know if it's up.
Yep, we can see it.
Ah, there it is. So it's a little brighter picture.
Okay. And so we are looking at a
that keyboard
web
itself is pretty
browser.
cool.
Yep.
And so how is this possible on the color computer?
Well, like I said, the Raspberry Pi is helping the CoCo, but you know, it's not turned off. It can still do whatever it wants to do. Here's another one showing the program the beginning of the program I wrote in Python, accessing the GPIOs. So I really had to, let the Raspberry Pi speak 8-bit. Well, my computer, it's 16-bit inside really. Well, 32, right? With the 6309. I'll see if I have anything else interesting. May not.
Okay.
How about that one?
Okay. Python. We're looking at.
This is what's happening behind the scenes that my CoCo doesn't know about.
But if it knew, it would be very angry.
It would freak out.
It would freak out.
It would turn
Let's be
green.
honest. Okay, and what is this visualization? Why do we see this?
Oh, this was a teaser I posted on Discord while I was working on my project. Because people overheard that I was programming Python on my CoCo 2. And they're like, how is that possible?
Very cool. Well,
Now, the videos I put up on YouTube, they're not the best instructional videos. I don't know if you're going to learn anything from them, but you might get inspired. I do explain how I did the things, and they're quick videos. But, it could help some people.
More, they can, people can contact you on Discord and find out more how to do it.
And for anyone who wants to do the, hacking the serial port with an Arduino, I'll probably put together a little kit, and they can play with that. It will give them a starting point. because with the Arduino, you could have Bluetooth, you could have Wi-Fi, you could have different features.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, and you have. Go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say with the CoCo, as far as the bit banger goes, that's nice because DriveWire already has a whole bunch of different protocols that you could take advantage of, especially under Nitrous 9, that you could use with the Pi. And then, especially those that have dragons, especially like the Dragon 64 or the Tano Dragon, that has the 6551 serial that's built into it. So you could do the higher speeds with flow control on those machines. So you could really
Now, when you
get
talk
fancy with stuff.
higher speed, how high? How high is the high speed? Because, yeah.
Well, if you don't use the level shifter, if you separate the I/O lines from the level shifter and just used all TTL, well, I know Jim Brain with the 6551, he's got 230K on his prototype serial card right now that you can do. But and if you could have the flow control enabled, when the data comes in, you deal with it. Where the bit banger, obviously if you miss bytes, well, you kind of missed them.
Yeah, well, one thing I did today, having my CoCo talk to the Raspberry Pi. Now, the Raspberry Pi has an easy way to take interrupts on any of the GPIO pins. Well, any of them, most of them. So I decided to put in a little routine where the Raspberry Pi would wake up and say, "Hey, I'm getting a special command from the CoCo." So I needed another wire coming out of the CoCo. So I disconnected that little relay. I don't need that cassette relay. So I took that wire and I sent it over to the Raspberry Pi as an interrupt. So whenever I send the poke, which would be essentially a motor on or a motor off, but when I send that command, the Raspberry Pi says, "Oh, we got some data coming in. What do you want me to do?" So I hijacked that wire today.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need that little relay there anyway.
Well, it depends. There's some of us that still like using the cassette port. So for my case, yeah. But
Well, you could use I have a lot of GPIO pins extra on the Raspberry Pi. I could easily reroute one of them. It's just because there's not too much coming out of the CoCo unless I make a dedicated interface on the address bus and data lines.
Well, see, like some of the things that because Tandy, when they made the CoCo, they didn't fully decode some of the addresses for the 6847 and some of the other stuff. So there's ghosting. But really, if you had a way to force decoding of some of the stuff, there's a lot of addresses you probably could use.
Oh yeah, up from about F800 up, I think there's a whole pile of empty space.
And like what the DAP boards that Mark Marlette and Boys on Tech have, and then of course a lot of the old what is it, the disto memory board, its DAP board, and then of course I think the God, what is the other memory board? I can't think of it at the moment.
The MUA?
the no can boards,
Okay.
for their interface chip that would access different stuff. What I was thinking would be kind of cool is to, since now a lot of people are having their CPU socketed, well, for those extra addresses that you would need, just put like a little CPLD or, a small FPGA in between the CPU and the CoCo's motherboard to decode the extra spaces that you need, and put like extra serial ports or extra interface devices that
Right.
you could
Yeah,
take advantage of. There's all kinds of things that you can do with some of these chips.
for
So,
testing purposes, I hijacked the poor EEPROM. I soldered some wires on the address pins of the EEPROM, and I've been testing addressing with that.
So Robert Murphy's saying in the chat, and I think you guys were talking about it a little bit. Which I/O port was used in the FF range?
Oh, I'm still playing with my. I don't have a permanent address right now. They're talking only by the serial port, by the bitbanger. I wrote a little program to pass information back and forth through that. I didn't dedicate an I/O space, but it will be around F. It could be F8 something. There's a lot of empty space up there that could be used. I was considering putting a Raspberry Pi in the cartridge slot. Could be effective there too for different kind of projects, but I don't know. I really want to keep my CoCo having its single cartridge slot open.
Okay, he's saying so it's sort of like a drive wire or drive wiring.
I suppose.
Lots of commands over a serial interface. So sort of like the way drive wire works, which.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't used that yet. I just got back into the CoCo computer just a couple months ago, and
Yeah.
I really. It's funny, every time I would come up with an idea, I said, "Hey, I'm going to do this." Mark Overholzer would tell me, "Hey, someone already did it." I'm like, "Oh, I'm like, okay, look, I'm going to put a Texas Instruments video card in." He said, "Oh, that was done. It was called the Word Pack." "Oh, really? I spent 2 days soldering that." You could have told me.
Well, just because it was done before doesn't mean you can't do it again and do it better. That's what we heard today on the show with the MIDI pack. That Jim Brain basically took the MIDI spec that had already been made, and somehow he made it better. So
Yeah, Jim's pretty good at doing stuff.
he's got his hands in all kinds of pots.
I'm seriously like a hacker. It's like I want things done like now, and
Oh, yes, I know
it can
that.
get serious there.
Well,
yeah, especially when you throw 3D printing in there, then it's like, oh, I want something, and it's like, well, let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's 3D print something, and then can I shove this item, put it in the 3D print, and then shove it in this corner here, or over here, or
well,
how about under there?
Speaking of shoving things in the corner, it might be time to shove this show in the corner. We're coming up to 4 hours, and I did want to really thank both Davids here, David Beery and David Ladd. I hope you were a great guest, David. I hope you'll come back on the panel, and we didn't scare you away.
No, I'll be glad to come back, and hopefully next time I'll have some video, and I should have my CoCo using a USB printer, so that'll be fun.
Great. Well, and I also feel like I could do a show with just you and David Ladd for 4 hours, so that might be a future episode. I think you two have a lot in common. But I think we've reached quite a long show. We learned a lot today. We learned about MIDI and special books by by Bruce Moore and Chris Hawks and what he's up to. And Chris Hawks is thinking about putting Drivewire in a cartridge, which would be an amazing project. And we covered some news out there and the GameOn contest. What's the game for next week, everybody?
Mr. Dig.
Thank you. Mr. Dig. To start playing now, don't wait till the last minute because you want these bragging rights. You want the top score in Mr. Dig.
We'll
I
see
want to
about
thank everybody else on the panel. I'm not going to remember everybody that was here, but Nick Marotta, Nick Laurentes, Mark B, our producer. Who else was on, Mark? John Laurie.
John Strong.
John Strong. Thanks, John. And John added some stuff on the interview. Thanks to Rondell Bowe. And Ken can make it in the chat. I think he will be making it to CoCoFEST. Don't forget CoCoFEST 45 days away. And with that, we will leave you.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Have a great weekend.
Everybody.
See you next week.
All right, thanks for having me on. Bye.